1, 2. You are? Yes. 1, 2. Yes. Hello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to TDYS 2022. A round of applause for all of you who have already made it. Welcome once again. Now, before we start, we're just gonna make sure we all know why we're here. We're representing ICT in Tanzania. We're trying to talk about all these opportunities. I want to introduce you to the first opportunity we have this morning. The first opportunity in how to engage each other and the youth and the nation in general with this great occasion. And that is by introducing the hashtag TDYS 2022. Najua kuna watu mmeshaanza kuchukua selfies, don't lie to me, I can see you, I know you. You can start posting these things on social media by using the hashtag, talk a little bit about what you're doing here, what you're excited to learn. We'll be out here, we'll be reposting some of these things. So This is your opportunity and our opportunity to also get to know each other through this hashtag that you will use. Remember, it is also on the podium over there, TDYS 2022. This is the first opportunity on how we can engage with ICT in Tanzania, people. So we can start off with that. Karibuni as we continue to wait.
Jamani, habari. Hamjambo? Mnajisikiaje asubuhi ya leo? Mko poa eh? Sawa. Mimi naitwa Mina Ali na muda si mrefu tunakaribia kuanza shughuli yetu ya leo. Mimi ndio nitakuwa MC wenu wa leo. Mmependeza sana. Makofi, asante. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you. Mmependeza sana and I am really looking forward to this. Muda si mrefu mgeni rasmi ataingia na atakapoingia wote tutasimama, tutapiga makofi kwa ajili ya kumkaribisha. Baada ya hapo tutaanza shughuli yetu rasmi. Tuko poa hapo? Tuko sawa eh? Sawa. Kwa wale ambao wako nyumbani, unaweza kuwaambia watutazame. Tuko live kupitia Zoom na Facebook live ya TYDS. So inaweza kutazamwa hii pia. Jisikieni free, enjoy, na itakuwa ni siku njema kwetu, au sio? Muwe expressful kama mna kitu cha kusema, na I'm looking forward to a very nice day with you guys. Lakini pia nimeambiwa kuna umuhimu kidogo wa mimi kuchanganya lugha. Kwa msishangae pale ambapo nitakuwa naongea Kiingereza na Kiswahili, ni kwa sababu kuna watu ambao hawafahamu Kiswahili na inabidi waelewe. Ila nitakuwa najitahidi kutafsiri pale ambapo nitakuwa nimehama lugha kidogo, au sio? Tuko vizuri eh? Nice. Haya, basi tusubirie kidogo. Alafu tunaanza. Ala. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tanzania Youth Digital Summit 2022. Our guest of honor is about to arrive, and when he does, we will all stand up and clap and welcome them. And we're ready to start this thing, and I am your MC for today. My name is Mina Ali, and I'm really looking forward to a very fruitful day. So kwa wale ambao ndo mara ya kwanza ama mnajiuliza Tanzania Youth Digital Summit ni kitu gani? It's an annual event. Ni event ambayo huwa inatokea kila mwaka kwa takriban siku 2 mpaka 3. Huu ni mwaka wa 4 tangu event ya Tanzania Youth Digital Summit ianze. Na lengo ni wanasema upskill and empower youth with digital skills so that they can participate in digital economy. Sana sana ni kukuza uwezo wetu, kukuza knowledge ama uelewa wetu na nguvu yetu kama vijana, ili kuweza kupata nafasi ya kujua zaidi kuhusiana na uchumi wa kidijitali na kuweza kufaidika nao. Ndio lengo la Tanzania Youth Digital Summit. So kama unajiuliza, basi ni hilo, lakini pia huwa tuna partners ambao wanashirikiana nasi kila mwaka. DOT Tanzania ndio ambao wanaifanya, Digital Opportunity Trust, DOT Tanzania, lakini huwa wanashirikiana na watu. Kwa mwaka huu shukrani kubwa kabisa zinaendea ICT Commission, UNICEF, lakini pia Funguo, European Union, UK Aid, UNDP, wote wamehusika in partnership with Canada pia. Wote wamehusika kwenye kuhakikisha hili linatokea leo. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na watu kutoka sehemu tofauti wakizungumza, and tunategemea kusikia hayo. Hivi nikiuliza maana ya digital economy, kuna mtu anafahamu? Digital economy, uchumi wa kidijitali. Haya kaka, nimekuwa nawacheka wewe. Waambie kwa haraka haraka kati tunamsubiria. Okay, tuko tayari. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please all stand up because we're about to welcome our guest of honor right now. He is the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Information, Communication and IT, Engineer Kundo A. Matthew. So he is just about to walk in. Muda si mrefu ataingia mgeni wetu rasmi ambaye ni naibu waziri wa Wizara ya Habari, Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari, Engineer Kundo A. Matthew. Na sote tutampigia makofi na kumkaribisha kupitia mlango ule pale. Sema kaka, ulikuwa unanijibu wakati tunasubiria. Ulikuwa unanijibu digital economy ni nini? Nikiwa kama mwalimu wako leo, twende. Hiyo, inasikika kweli? Haya, twende. Hausikiki? Wewe niambie tu, mimi nitawaambia. Wewe pia mwanafunzi, wewe hujui. Ala. Basi hiyo ndo sababu tuko hapa leo. Ili tuweze kujifunza, tuweze kuwa na mazungumzo. Sema hilo jibu ndo ulikuwa unalitafutia maiki wake kweli, jibu la namna hiyo. Kweli. Tuko live pia kwa wale ambao mpo nyumbani, wapo nyumbani na wangependa wakuone, wafuatilie mjadala. Unawaambia mama, jamani, hebu ingia kwenye hii linki niangalie, au fuatilia ninachofanya siku ya leo kupitia Zoom, lakini pia kupitia live ya TYDS kwenye Facebook. Haya. Msichoke kusimama, ndo mazoezi yenye chai si mlikunywa jamani, lakini haya. Au labda jamani tukae. Nikiona kasogea namwambia. Tumesimama sana jamani. Nikiona kasogea na washtua. Chap chap tunasimama. Tayari tusimame tafadhali. All rise. Please put your hands together for the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Information, Communication and IT, Engineer Kundo A. Matthew. Tunaweza ku yes. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tanzania Youth Digital Summit 2022 opening ceremony, ama kwa Kiswahili, kongamano la kidijitali la vijana nchini Tanzania. This is an annual event that happens every year, and it is its 4th year. It happens for 2 to 3 days. In the main reasons are to upskill youth with digital skills so they can participate in the digital economy. And there are partners that are partnering with Digital Opportunity Trust Tanzania to make this happen, and which are ICT, UNICEF, Canada, Funguo, European Union, UK Aid, and UNDP Summit 2022. Ningependa kutambua uwepo wa waliofika sasa hivi. Karibuni sana. Kwanza, naibu waziri wa Wizara ya Habari, Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari nchini ya Kundo, A. Matthew. Lakini pia kutambua uwepo wa Diana Ninsima ambaye ni Country Director wa Digital Opportunity Trust DOT Tanzania. Karibu. Lakini pia Shalini ambaye yeye ni Country Representative wa UNICEF. Shalini, welcome. Ningependa pia kutambua uwepo wa Christine Musisi, Resident Representative of UNDP. Lakini pia Nkundwe Mwasaga, kumradhi, ambaye ni DG ICT Commission. Karibuni sana. Na pia Engineer Clarence Ichwekeleza. Na pia karibu sana. Karibuni vijana ambao mmejiunga nasi siku ya leo. Hakika ni siku yenye mambo mengi ya kujifunza, na ninategemea tutafurahi, tutaenjoy wote, na hatutaondoka kama tulivyokuja. Now, without wasting muda wowote ule, naomba nimlete kwenye stage Diana Ninsima, Country Director wa Digital Opportunity Trust Tanzania, kwa ajili ya kutueleza zaidi siku ya leo ni siku ya nini, tunafanya nini na itakuwaje. Please, makofi tafadhali kwa Diana.
Thank you. Our guest of honor, Deputy Minister for Information, Communication and IT, Engineer Kundo Andrea Matthew. Representative of the Permanent Secretary, Engineer Peter Philip. Our co-organizer, the ICT Commission, through the leadership of the Director General, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga. Our TYDS 2022 co-host, UNICEF Tanzania, my friend Charlene and the team. Our TYDS partner, UNDP Tanzania, through the Funguo program, Ms. Christine Musisi. Our DOT Tanzania trustees, Mr. Theophilus Laki and Enoch Yonazi. Our senior digital citizen, Dr. Hassan Mshinda. Distinguished partners, delegates, colleagues, and friends, you're all most welcome. Good morning. We're deeply honored and excited to welcome you all to the 4th Dynamic Tanzania Youth Digital Summit. I'm here to talk about the digitization and virtualization of society, and how I am part scared, but also part thrilled. And these are my reasons. We are living in a time of flux, with jobs lost to automation, while other jobs require specific skills and qualifications. With new global trends such as the metaverse, the surge of cryptocurrencies, blockchain technologies, augmented reality. It's amazing to think how technology and where it's headed. 2 decades ago, we had limited imagination of what the internet would grow into. Today, social media, online shopping, and working from home using the internet are prominent concepts. Workplaces of tomorrow will leverage AI, robotics, and automation technologies. In short, the world belongs to the technological folks. And with that, we have a generation challenge to future-proof youth skill sets and to co-create new jobs of the future. Business as usual, however, will fail us. Few programs here and there will not enable us to create the internet of humanity. The road is blocked. Inequalities in access and usage of the internet are currently driving the digital divide, not just for Tanzania, but across the globe. Conversely, collective strategies and people-centered approaches will help us to tackle these challenges. The Tanzania Youth Digital Summit is an ecosystem-led platform to mobilize and inspire underserved and disadvantaged young people with the digital literacy and self-confidence to realize their potential in a very fast-paced digital economy. My best memory of TYDS was last year when a young person in Tanga immediately made 50,000 the day of the summit because he had learned Canva and he created a logo for a client in Tanga. It's from such small instances to big instances where people have been able to tap into micro opportunities, sign up onto Upwork, Fiverr, and all these platforms that are now the new spaces to provide digital opportunities for work. TYDS 2022 is going to bring young people from all over Tanzania regions to attend hybrid workshops from the 16th to the 19th of August, where they'll learn new digital skills and the latest opportunities within the digital economy. Physical workshops will be held in Arusha, Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, Iringa, Kigoma, Morogoro, Mwanza, Tanga, Tabora, Bukoba, and Zanzibar. All sessions, however, will be broadcasted live on social media to allow young people from other regions to attend virtually and engage with their peers. Nearly 2,500 young people are going to engage in the summit this year. Now, I am very confident that all of us here today, in this room and online, are at the center of making sure this digital future is equalized and inclusive. With agency, collaboration, and learning guiding our way, we welcome you all to explore and co-create our sub-themes, which are ICT for youth jobs, ICT for education, and ICT for climate change. As I conclude, we would like to thank our TYDS 2022 funding partners, UNICEF and UNDP, for co-creating this exciting event with us. All our regional ecosystem partners, wherever you are, whether online or you're attending here today, you make the dream come true. To all our DOT Tanzania and ICT Commission teams, you make it effortless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makofi tena tafadhali kwa Diana Ninsima, Country Director wa Digital Opportunity Trust Tanzania. Sasa hivi anayefuata kuzungumza ni Dr. Mkundwe Mwasaga, Director General wa ICT Commission. Makofi tafadhali.
Honorable Kundo Andrea Matthew, the Deputy Minister for Information, Communication, and IT, Engineer Peter Philip, Representative of Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication, and IT, Mr. Mulembwa Munaku, Director of ICT, Ministry of Information, Communication, and IT, Ms. Diana Ninsima, Country Director, DOT Tanzania, Ms. Shalene, UNICEF Representative to Tanzania, Christine Musisi, UNDP Resident Representative to Tanzania, Mr. Theophil Mlaki, Senior Auditor, DOT, Dr. Hassan Mshinda, former Director General of COSTECH, distinguished directors and head of institutions, representative, all youth, member of the press, distinguished delegates and invited guests. Habari za asubuhi. Na wasalimu katika jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. To begin with, I would like to thank God for this day. We have been working to reach where we are for the past 5 years, and our conference is growing and growing. Second, I wish to thank all youths agreeing to participate in this summit, and this is a testament of our collective desire to harness the potential of digital-driven opportunities, to create jobs, as well as to preserve Tanzanian competitiveness in the global digital economy. Just to re-emphasize that, we have seen one example of how powerful digital transformation is. There is one company which has entered into market of Tanzania not long time ago in the area of transportation sector, that they brought an innovation in provision of mobility to Tanzania, and that innovation alone, it has created 10,000 jobs in Tanzania. That's how powerful ICT innovation and the spirit of startup is in our country. To sustain the youth-led ICT growth, we know as ICT Commission and our ministry that we need to increase spending on digital infrastructure, to increase spending on healthcare and education, so that these can be needed to sustain long-term economic growth of our country. Given the Tanzania favorable demography, like we have well held, like 50% of the population of Tanzania are youth under the age of 18, political stability of our country, and the large and diversified economy, it is very easy to do innovation in ICT to ensure that ICT can contribute in the GDP of our country, not only in the target of 3% that we have set, but to contribute even higher than that. By realizing the challenges of 21st century, ICT Commission is committed to deliver digital transformation by supporting youth startup in Tanzania. And we have demonstrated that by having a project that we call Soft Center, which is a ICT acceleration program, and the government have given us the support to build 4 soft centers in 4 zones in Tanzania. One of them is Mwanza. Another one, it will be in Arusha, then Mbeya, then Dar es Salaam. Apart from that, to support hardware startups in Tanzania, our ministry have supported us by providing $3 million to build Fab Labs. Fab Labs will enable hardware startups also to design digital systems or to design digital equipment. So they provide that fund so that people they can come and manufacture things. The gain to that effect will generate ICT entrepreneurial spirit to youth, and we know that is going to create jobs. And this has been observed from the effect of non-refundable seed capital investment from Tony Alumelu Foundation. This is a philanthropist who's coming from Nigeria. The direct disbursement of over $45 million that he has done to support 10,000 young entrepreneurs from 54 African countries has created 400,000 jobs. So mathematically it shows when you support an idea that starts startups, you can create a lot of jobs in a way that if we do simple division of $45 million and amount of job that was created out of that, it shows every $100 that you have. So that shows what our government is doing by investing surely is going to create job to youth. ICT Commission is a promotion institution of the government. And as a promotion institution of the government, our work is to ensure that we promote the professionals, we promote startups, we promote regions in Tanzania, and also we promote our country so that it can compete in the global digital economy. We are so moved by what we have innovated to create this summit, and we like that to see that the summit is growing, and basically what we are doing here is also in real time viewed in Dar, Arusha, Dodoma, Iringa, Kigoma, Mwanza, Zanzibar, Tanga, Tabora, Morogoro, and Kagera. So simultaneously, people who are in this summit at this moment is more than 1,000 people at the same time. ICT Commission is committed to the growth of startups and small and medium businesses by providing opportunities to youth-led startups in Tanzania to tap opportunities in establishment of Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This is a great opportunity for our youth because this is an area that there's a market of 1.3 billion people in all of Africa, and the GDP of this area is $3.4 trillion. So youth, we expect you that to compete so that we can get our stake from African continental free trade areas. The integrated trade area favors both startups with multi-regional focuses and fintech companies that are helping to resolve cross-border payments and related issues. In addition to prepare our youth to overcome challenges of 21st century, we are in a process of building youth in advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and others. So before I conclude my speech, let me reemphasize the role that youth can play to provide solutions to solve social and challenges and promote creativity. We are going to put a lot of emphasis in supporting this through ICT Commission. And I've been told that due to economic changes caused by climate change and digital transformation, the world currently is transitioning from knowledge society to digital economy. And this transition is supposed to be led by youth. I'm aware of ongoing studies and initiatives to prepare our country to harness opportunity brought by global digital economy, like we have, and this step will help the country to set innovative policies and strategies that are compatible with technological changes. Once again, I would like to thank DOT, as well as Government of Canada, European Union delegates, Tanzania, UNICEF, UNDP, UK-AID, and UN Funguo. With that, asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Asante sana Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, makofi tena tafadhali. Very well spoken. Sasa hivi tusogee kwa country representative kutoka UNICEF Tanzania, Shalini Bahuguna, makofi tafadhali.
Habari za asubuhi. Engineer Kondo Andre Matthew, Deputy Minister ICT, Engineer Clarence Ichikaweleza, Director of Communications, representing the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Director General, ICT Commission, my dada Christine Mususi, Resident Representative, UNDP, my very special young leader, Diana Nsima, Country Director, Digital Opportunity Trust Tanzania, all the young people in this room and all of you out there in the digital world, habari za asubuhi, assalamu alaikum. Digital literacy, the digital economy, digital society, moving away from knowledge society to digital society. We've heard all of this very, very well said by Dr. Masaga. He's almost said my speech, so I have to re-engineer the whole speech. So bear with me. It's just a privilege to be here on behalf of UNICEF and to be supporting DOT, to be partnering with UNDP with the support of our partners, Global Affairs Canada. And I think that it couldn't be more timely that we're doing this today. And I'll say 3 reasons for this. Number 1, the population of people below 18 in this country today is 23 million, half the country's population. And I'm sure that the census that's ongoing, 23rd of August, very special day, will give us refreshed statistics on this. We're a young country, 23 million of you, wonderful young people. But here's the thing, it's not just about today. Come to 2030, we'll have almost 30 million young people under 18. Go to 2050, we will be 60 million. We will double the number of young people. These numbers are our enormous strength. These numbers of young people, we are the digital society of tomorrow here, right here in Tanzania. The second reason, and you said this very well, Engineer, the world of work. The world of work for today, as it was for my elders here in the room, Dr. Hassan and others, completely transformed. And we said this earlier talking to the minister. Yes, the digital society, yes, artificial intelligence, but let's not forget the huge changes and revolutions that are taking place in bioengineering. Combined with what we know of digital society, artificial intelligence is going to reshape, is already reshaping our world. So the world of work will look very, very different. So the numbers that we talked about earlier, young people, entering this new cutting edge world of work, we don't have a choice. We absolutely have to be ready. And then the third is the challenges that we will face. Yes, there are the huge opportunities, but the challenges of tomorrow and the challenges of tomorrow are already with me. Climate change, equality between the sexes, like gender equality, our basics in health and education, right? Our basics in health and education, we know these are statistical foundation, are simple things like menstrual products. We have a long way to So somewhere along the way, we're losing at least 3 out of 10 boys. But for girls, that figure is 35%. So my ask is that let's get together, let's look at how we can bring more students into STEM, but for that, we have to go back to basics. We know that our connectivity, especially digital connectivity in schools, it needs to improve. We have the GIGA project. They're interested in ITU. We have the Digital Tanzania World Bank investment. As you rightly said, let's bring our colleagues from Ministry of Education. Let's sit around the table and say, how can we bring connectivity, hardware support, maintenance support, so that every school in Tanzania, especially in the remote regions, because that's where our talent is, not just here in Dar and Mbeya, Iringa, and Arusha, how can we digitize? We here at UNICEF, with UNDP, with ITU, will be here to support this. GIGA is already interested, let's do this. The second thing is youth-focused incentives, right? Again, we are not the UNICEF per se in ICT, we're not the cutting-edge knowledge agency, but what we do know is that wherever young people have been incentivized with discounts for procuring digitalized projects, for having certain learning-based websites being zero-rated, right? Wherever we have stimulated mobile operators to create special packages for young audiences, wherever in the world this has been done, we've seen young people take up those opportunities and go from the 7,000 to actually millions. So we need to look at incentives for young people. Two more asks. As we try and digitize, again, under Mama Samia's leadership, there are huge conversations going on now to revise the policy for education, to revise the curriculum. Those conversations are happening now. We, as young people, need to contribute, all of you young people and the elders here, we need to contribute to those dialogues so that we have a curriculum that is 21st century oriented. We have a competency-based learning curriculum so that every young person's mind has that one skill which will be most important in tomorrow, if not today, and that is learning how to learn. Because everything is changing so fast, including digital world. It's not like you were saying, Christine, our policy needs to move very fast, be very nimble, because everything is changing. So if our young people are not learning how to learn, they will not be equipped for tomorrow because things are changing so fast. That's going to be the most important competency. And wonderfully, the Ministry of Education is already having these conversations. Let's influence the curriculum so we can get every youth in the digital space being contemporary, being relevant, and being cutting edge. And then the last ask, you again said this, Minister, it's like you're reading all our mind, digital safety. We have excellent evidence in Tanzania, and we've done this along with Interpol on digital safety for young children online, and I'll be very happy to come to you one-on-one and share with you, as well as the ICT Commission, the findings and what we can do swiftly on the policy side and with engagements of MNOs. So all of this will require the private sector, the MNOs, government, partners, Digital Opportunity Trust, and all of us young people coming together. So these are my specific asks. Since you had requested them, I've taken the liberty. And let me end with saying this. Watoto wa Kitanzania wakiongoza mapinduzi ya nene kuifanya Tanzania kuwa kinara katika tehema katika kanda ya nchi na Afrika. Asanteni sana kusikiliza.
Asante sana Shalini Bahuguna kwa hiyo. Na sasa makofi tena kwa Shahini jamani. Kiswahili mmekisikia pale mwisho. Hatari kabisa. So now I'd like to welcome from UNDP, Christine Musisi, who is a resident representative. Makofi tafadhali.
Mheshimiwa Engineer Kundo Andrea Matthew, Deputy Minister of Information Communication and Information Technology, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Director General ICT Commission, my sister, Ms. Shalini Bahuguna, UNICEF representative of Tanzania, my other sister, Diana Ninsima, Country Director of Digital Opportunity Trust, other partners here present. I would like to really recognize Dr. Mshindra. Really, you are you are the father of innovation in many ways. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, habari za asubuhi. Habari za asubuhi. Ni wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi endelee. It's a great honor to stand here before you, especially in the presence of young people in this room. It makes me also feel a bit younger, though I've gone up several golofas, but here we are. On this very special day that the Digital Opportunity Trust and the ICT Commission have put together this summit for the fourth time. In the last, they've done this, I think, 3 times already. And we really appreciate you. Thank you very much for this platform. Thank you. As we just commemorated International Youth Day last week, the Tanzania Youth Digital Summit is a great platform for all of us and also for UNDP to engage with youth of Tanzania to ensure that no youth is left behind when it comes to acquiring skills that will make it easy to adapt the digital economy. It is essential to have this summit because the youth are the drivers. We should recognize them as the drivers of this economy, of this great country, and also the continent at large, purely by the sheer numbers that my sister Shalini has mentioned. It's reported that by 2045, there will be about 400 million young men and women between the ages of 15 and 24 in Africa, according to the 2012 African Economic Outlook report, which is enough reason for us to push harder to ensure that we equip the young people with essential skills to drive this great continent forward. The story of Africa's worrisome youth unemployment is often told alongside the story of the continent's fast and steady economic growth. This means that we are growing without jobs. It's a good growth, but it's not a good quality growth that does not create employment. It is high time that the governments in our continent, development partners alike, invest more efforts and resources into enabling youth to be gainfully employed or create their own jobs. That is the only way we can reap the demographic dividend. We can leverage the many opportunities presented to us by the digital transformation to enable the youth to gain vital skills that will make them more agile and resilient in the digital economy. And I think Shalini has already mentioned, and the ICT Commissioner, already the interventions that are being done here in Tanzania. We appreciate a lot of investment that has been made, especially for young people, and also the policy that requires regional and local governments to make finances available for youth, women, and people with disabilities, which we hope that every one of you can learn about and take advantage of. Last week, when we had the youth, when we celebrated the Youth Day, we met young people who are from the Dar es Salaam region who had very successfully benefited from these funds. So I hope that as you innovate, as you come up with innovative solutions, you can also have access to that. As UNDP, we have contributed to that with digitization and technology, I leave it to you, but the opportunities, I believe, are immense. Currently, we are also working on the Waste X Lab initiative in partnership with the revolutionary government of Zanzibar to support young men and women in properly utilizing digital technologies to address the effects of climate change and earn a living in the process. And we are doing this with UNICEF as our key partner. UNDP is also playing a significant role in unlocking innovation for development through the UNDP Funguo Innovation Program. This program aims at increasing the number of successfully scaled innovative impact ventures to contribute to the National Development Goals and SDGs in Tanzania. And this will be achieved through addressing the stumbling blocks and gaps in the innovation ecosystem that hinder impact ventures from scaling up while promoting an environment that promotes innovation for development and empowers innovators, entrepreneurs, and enablers. I would like to assure the Deputy Minister that under this program, UNDP aims to support establishment of a strategic innovation platform that will provide an opportunity, led of course by the government, for private sector, other enablers, development partners, to start having the conversations like those we have had today, real conversations, to catalyze solutions that will create an enabling environment for a robust and inclusive digital economy and innovation ecosystem. We look forward to working with you in finding innovative ways of creating a dynamic policy-making system that ensures real-time relevance, especially here in Tanzania. And we believe that a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approach would be vital in this process. I must say that UNDP has just launched a call for funding applications to provide catalytic funding for impact-driven youth-led innovation startups to enable them, expand or, sustain their businesses and become more attractive to other investors. We want them to scale up and move beyond startups, because we found that in the innovation ecosystem, everybody was helping the ideation process and developing prototypes, but then how do you move from there to commercialization? So we are really focusing on that, and we are supported by the UK government and European Union as our partners. We are also exploring more avenues to support young people, men and women, to ensure they adapt to what is required in the 21st century. For this reason, we support this platform that allows us to engage and learn from all the discussions, be informed on what is needed to achieve our goal of supporting the youth, and better design and support initiatives that align with our key focus areas as an organization. Before I conclude, I just want to have a message for the young people here that some of you, the fact that you are here, you're already active, and that is appreciated. But be proactive. I know that a lot of times youth say, we need the government to do this, we need people to do that. But when you organize yourselves and begin to be proactive, to seek mentorship, investing in yourself, to learn and also to be relevant, to have clear goals of your personal growth and also goals for your contribution to society, I believe that you will succeed immensely. I would also want to say that do not assume that because we are in positions of authority that we know and understand everything, that we understand you completely. Sometimes we don't. I have a 28-year-old daughter, I have a 21-year-old son, and one of the biggest messages I get, you don't understand us. So we are relying on you to create that understanding so that we can even shape the policies, the programs, the strategies together with you in a way that is relevant for you. If I know this is a little bit off topic, but if I think of your housing needs and start building 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units, for you, it wouldn't make sense. You maybe don't want to be stuck in that one place for the next 20 years or 5 years. You want to be mobile and move around. You want to work in the cafe. You don't want a 9-to-5 job. So we need to have a better understanding of the youth dynamic in this new century so that we can also be relevant to you. So it is, as my friend from Deloitte said, it's a reverse mentorship process that we are looking at here. So asante ni sana kwa kunisikiliza, and please enjoy the conference, the summit. Thank you.
Makofi tena tafadhali jamani. I really like what she said about do not assume because we're in certain positions then we understand you completely. Msihisi kwamba kwa sababu wapo kwenye nafasi fulani basi wanatufahamu sisi vijana moja kwa moja. Hapana, bado tuna jukumu la kuwajulisha nini tunakitaka na kwa namna gani wanaweza kutusaidia. I really like that, and that is one of the reasons we are here today, to address our feelings and our understanding in this. So, anayefuata hivi sasa naomba nimlete kwenu. Please come forward, representative of the permanent secretary, Engineer Peter Philip, to introduce the guest of honor today. Makofi tafadhali.
Habarini za asubuhi. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Zimetolewa speech 3-4. Jukumu langu mimi ni dogo sana. Lakini kabla ya kusema jukumu lililonileta hapa mbele, wakati nimekaa pale nikakumbuka miaka 20 iliyopita ambayo mzee wangu mlaki Dr. Mshinda wakati huo akiongelea ya masuala ya ICT, uelewa ulikuwa ni mdogo sana. Kwa ilikuwa sisi vijana wakati huo ndio tumeajiriwa serikali, na mimi ni mzee sasa hivi. Wakati huo sisi vijana ndio tumeajiriwa kwenye serikali, ni wachache sana ambao tulikuwa tunaelewa. Kwa hiyo baadaye nimekaa nimefikiria miaka tena 20 ijayo nikiwa kama mzee Mlaki au Dr. Mshinda itakuwaje? Na nyinyi mjifikiria vijana miaka 20 ijayo, wakati na mimi nimekaa mzee kama mzee Mlaki au Dr. Mshinda pale, tutakuwa wapi? Kwa hiyo nachotaka kuwaasa, tutumie hii fursa. Let's take this opportunity wakati huu ambapo ile understanding ya ICT imekuwa kubwa. So you as a young, you have an opportunity to be millionaires, billionaires wa miaka ijayo. And then you have to start today. Mheshimiwa Waziri, Naibu Waziri, meza kuu, kama nilivyosema mimi jukumu langu huku ni kukaribisha. Mheshimiwa Waziri, karibu uongee na vijana walioko mbele yako ili uwape neno ambalo litawajenga leo, kesho na miaka ijayo. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Milionea oye. Amtake kuwa mamilionea. Engineer Peter amesema kwamba mnatakiwa kuwa mamilionea. Si ndio? Wangapi wanataka kuwa mamilionea? Mimi na mtazamo tofauti. Nataka muwe asset kwa nchi yetu. I want you to be an asset to this country. Being a millionaire doesn't click well in my head. Being an asset, being valuable, being useful, and you can help this country. Before I start, nataka niulize swali moja. Make digital transformation, digital space, digital opportunity trust. Engineer Peter mwongelea digital space, digital transformation. Mimi hapa nina makaratasi. Wakati tunataka tuondoke kwenye makaratasi, nikiangalia kwenye madeski yote watu wamewekewa makaratasi. It's just a challenge. Next time mnaweza mkafanya kitu fulani. Doctor, ICT Commission. Sasa watu inabidi tunapoongelea digital opportunity and digital transformation, manake kwamba tunaondoka kwenye traditional means of doing things kwenda kwenye digital ways of doing things. Hatuwezi kuondoka na makaratasi yetu, si ndio hivyo? We have to walk our talk. We have to do what we say. We have to make sure that what we promote, we move together. Nimefurahi sana kuwaona wote. Sana. Naona Tanzania iko salama na vijana waliopo. Au Tanzania haiko salama? Haiko salama? Iko salama Leo nimefurahi kumuona na najua hafahamu kama huwa namfuatilia sana. Nimemwona mimi na Ali hapa. Kwa tuko pamoja kwenye digital transformation dadangu. Sana Kwa hiyo nafikiri message yangu imefika kusudi siku nyingine nisio na makaratasi mengi hapa. Dr. Nkundwe. Na hata hawa vijana. Next time mnaangalia, but nzuri kuna development partners wako hapa. Wanaweza kwa facilitate. Hakuna haja hata kuja na laptop mikubwa hapa. Tablet, iPad. Wanajua kabisa kwamba sasa wako kwenye digital world. Sometimes wako vizuri lakini hawana uwezo wa kuwa na hivyo vitu. Gadgets hizi ni muhimu sana. Matumizi yake pia yanakumotivate kuendelea kuna nili. Engineer Peter Philip, representative of the Permanent Secretary, Minister for Information, Communication and Information Technology. Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Director General City Commission. Ms. Diana Nisima, Country Director, Digital Opportunity Trust, Tanzania. Ms. Shalini Bahuguna, UNICEF Representative to Tanzania. Dr. Hassan Mshinda, former DG COSTECH. Mr. Teofil Mlak, Senior Advisor of DOT. Distinguished Directors and Head of Institutions. Development partners, representative from Ministry and Institution of Government of Tanzania present here, all youth present here, members of the place, distinguished delegates and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. To begin with, I would like to thank Almighty God for all of us to be able to meet here today, being in good health. I wish also to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Information and Communication Technology Commission, ICT Commission, and Digital Opportunity Trustee for inviting Honorable Nape Moses Nnauye, the Minister of Information and Communication and Information Technology, to participate in the important summit. Honorable Nnauye wished to be here with you today, but due to his busy schedule of unavoidable responsibility, he could not make it here. Instead, he directed me to represent him in this summit. May I regard the greetings from the minister to you all. Moreover, I would like to thank you all youth for attending and agreeing to participate in this summit. This is a testament of our collective desire to accelerate the digital transformation of Tanzania toward inclusive digital economy. In a very special way, may I use this opportunity to congratulate Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania for her directives and great support to our sector aiming at digital transformation, in particular, efforts made to harness the opportunity ready available in digital economy. She is a great president with integrity, values, and ability that our country needs. She is working tirelessly ensuring our country is moving forward. Dear participants, by realization of the challenge that are ahead of us in the current 21st century, the government of Tanzania is continuing to invest heavily in digital skills, digital security, digital telecommunication services, and digital innovation and research. Collectively, these are the main pillars of digital economy. The world is currently going through a period of digital revolution known as fourth industrial revolution, where economic, social, and production activities are largely integrated advanced ICT technologies. I'm aware that Tanzania Youth Digital Summit was established in 2019 and is hosted by Digital Opportunity Trust Tanzania and the ICT Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, as the premier ICT promotion institute in Tanzania, ICT Commission is vested with the power to facilitate a smooth implementation of national ICT policy and other related policy by promoting use of ICT in the country. Promote and attract investment in Tanzania, that's creating jobs and contribute to the socio-economic activities. In line with the aim to create jobs and to contribute to the socio-economic activities, this summit is a national platform to mobilize, inspire, and build capabilities of the underserved and disadvantaged youth, young people with digital literacy, 21st century digital skills, and self-confidence to realize their potential in the inclusive digital economy. This is evidenced by the real-time participation of youth in Dar es Salaam, Arusha, Dodoma, Iringa, Kigoma, Mwanza, Zanzibar, Tanga, Tabora, Morogoro, and Kagera. Dear participants, I've been informed that Tanzania Youth Digital Summit 2019 to 2021 has supported nearly 4,000 young people to unlock digital opportunity in Tanzania and beyond. I congratulate you for this great achievement of the past summit. Tanzania Youth Digital Summit, using ecosystem-led approach, has conducted a workshop in different regions of the country, hosted in partnership with universities and hubs. This has attracted different development partners to come together annually to support this 3 days event. To this end, I commend the Government of Canada, European Union delegation to Tanzania, UNICEF, UNDP, and Sego Family Foundation. I'm told that Tanzania Youth Digital Summit 2022 is expected to convene 2,500 youth with the aim of creating transformative youth digital space with a focus on ICT for youth jobs, ICT for education, ICT for climate change. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, as one of your fellow ICT professionals, let me be more specific in some aspects. In ICT, enable youth employment. Youth unemployment is one of the most critical problems in Africa and Tanzania. However, with the rise of digital savvy Generation Z, new approaches to the labor market have emerged around the world, such as microworks and freelancing. A highly skilled workforce is more resilient in the face of change and the most equipped to seize the moment when an opportunity presents itself. In ICT, enabled education and learning. The current dynamic, technology intensive and increasing connected 21st century world requires approach that integrate new technology with the modern learning methods and pedagogies to promote and extend learning beyond the classroom. Integrating ICT in education can contribute to greater access to education and transform labor markets and economies. In ICT-enabled climate action, with the growing population in Tanzania, youth are a fundamental part of creating locally contextual context intervention to mitigate the impact of climate change. Further, equip them with attitude to start and scale their community-driven climate solutions, driven by ICT and innovation. Equitable and inclusive data and knowledge, examining the importance of inclusive access and use of ICT in disaster risk reduction offers a new opportunity to mitigate and adapt to climate change. In a gender digital divide, personal security, increased access to education and jobs, financial inclusion, and access to basic healthcare information may all be aided by information and communication technology. Benefits like this, however, are contingent on women having meaningful access to ICT, which can be helped or hampered by a variety of variables such as affordability, updated and relevant content, pertinent skills, and security. Explicit focus on connecting women and girls will contribute to the growth of an entire society. And an investment in digital skills and appropriate material is required to connect the disconnected women. Investment in infrastructure to enable highly quality, dependable connection as well as new rules to catch privacy and increase women access to the internet. How many women are here today? Impressive, impressive. Working towards women's and girls' digital inclusion and closing the existing gender gap requires collective efforts from stakeholders operating around ICT, mobile network operators, internet companies, policymakers, and regulators, and the development community all together have to come strong to face this challenge. Dear participants, I will be pleased if all of this shall form part of important issues to deliberate upon your 3 days that you will be here, so that at the end of your summit, we should begin to see more fundamental changes undertaken by the youth in harnessing the opportunity available. The government is committed to the growth of startups and small to medium business by providing best conditions to grow and compete in increasing global and digital marketplace. This is evidenced by initiatives to establish zonal software centers and fab labs in 5 zones in Tanzania. In addition, to prepare our youth to overcome 21st century challenge, we are in the process of building capacity for at least 3,000 experts until 2025 in the various areas, including advanced technology such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing, machine learning, high performance computing, Internet of Things, and cybersecurity, and etc. Before I conclude my speech, let me re-emphasize the role that youth can play to provide a solution to solve social challenges and promote creativity. We are going to put a lot of emphasis to support through ICT Commission. I've been told due to the economic changes caused by climate change and digital transformation, the world is currently transforming from knowledge society to digital economy. We are a big task to prepare our society to be able to benefit economically and socially from these changes. I'm aware of the ongoing studies and initiatives to prepare our country to harness the opportunity brought by global digital economy. This step will help the country to set policy strategies that are compatible with technological changes. Dear participants, before I conclude, you are all aware that Tanzania census will be conducted in the country in August 23rd, 2022. I would like to use this opportunity to urge and ask all the participants present here and all citizens of the United Republic of Tanzania to be ready and participate in the census where the collected data will be used by the government in various development plans. In concluding, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank the ICT Commission and Digital Opportunity, as well as the Government of Canada, European Union, Delegation to Tanzania, UNICEF, UNDP, UKAID, and UN Fungo for organizing and supporting this wonderful summit. Having said these remarks, it's now my single honor to declare that the 2022 Tanzania Youth Digital Summit is officially open. I wish you all the best in this summit. Thank you for attention. Asanteni sana. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Makaratasi oye. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, guest of honor today. Hatari, tuachane na makaratasi jamani. Deputy Minister of Ministry for Information, Communication and IT. That was Engineer Kundo A. Matthew, and now we have officially started. Hivi sasa naomba pia kutumia muda huu kutambua makundi ya vijana yaliyopo. Nikitaja kundi lako si mbaya ukasimama ukatupungia, itakuwa ni vyema na tukakupigia makofi pia. So I'd like to identify kundi la vijana kutoka UNICEF. Tafadhali tusimame, makofi. Yes. It's nice to have you on board. Naomba niwatambue pia kundi kutoka Transforming Lives la vijana ambao mpo. Hello. Tunawaona. Naomba nitambue Restless Development. Tafadhali. Yeah, we'll see you. Naomba pia nitambue vijana kutoka Lavi Foundation. Lavi Foundation? Okay, tunawapigia makofi hivyo hivyo tu. Naomba nitambue pia vijana wa jamii mpya. Nasikia nyinyi mna salamu yenu, naomba mtusalimie. Okay. Mama anafanya, sisi tunaona na lazima tuseme, na kweli tunasema. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi naomba tuanze, umefika ule muda ule kwa ajili ya dialogues, muda mzuri sana ambao ndo tunaanza ecosystem dialogue ya kwanza kabisa, na ambaye anakuja kufacilitate ama kuendeleza dialogue hii ni Ellen Mdima. So Ellen, karibu kwenye stage. Makofi kwa Ellen kwa ajili ya kufacilitate dialogue ya kwanza tukizungumzia ecosystem. Karibu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we feeling? Tunajisikiaje? Are we excited? Well, naona tu like, yeah, we're excited. Are we excited? Are we excited? Thank you. I'm seeing a hand here. Everybody else, are we excited? Great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you all. Thank you for our honorable guests who are here. We are so happy to have you.
Sorry, Ellen, there's a very important information I was supposed to give and I didn't. The washrooms, everybody's asking about the washrooms. It's on the right-hand side, the last door, and then you head right, or on the left-hand side, my left-hand side on the left door, and then you head right. Choo ama vyoo msalani ni upande wa kulia mwisho kabisa, kuelekea kulia, na upande wa kushoto mlango wa mwisho kabisa. Kwa wale ambao mmekuwa mkiuliza, Ellen, please carry on.
Thank you very much. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing organizations that are going to be speaking in the next session called ICT-Enabled Youth Jobs, Key Trends in the 21st Century Labor Market. So we're going to have a really nice introduction. We're going to get a little real as well. The organizations that will be represented up here are PMO, the person leading from PMO. The next person will be from ILO, the representative from ILO. They're on their way? Great, thank you so much. There's also Portner.
Sorry to interrupt again, Ellen. Naona sasa hivi sio siku yako leo, kila sana kuinterrupt. Kwa vile tumeombwa na Deputy Minister, angependa kuondoka muda si mrefu kwa ajili ya kuendelea na majukumu mengine. Hivyo alikuwa naomba tutumie nafasi hii kupata at least picha ya pamoja ya ukumbusho, alafu Ellen tuendelee na yale mazungumzo yetu. So naomba niite meza kuu kwenye stage kwa ajili ya kupata picha ya ukumbusho pamoja na Deputy Minister Engineer Kundo A. Matthew, so we can take a picture together before he goes and carry on with other important work. Kwenye stage, tafadhali wapiga picha. Labda cameraman tuelekeze, ungependelea vipi inapendeza kwenye picha? Standing? Okay. Tayari? Okay. Okay. Thank you very, very much, Deputy Minister, for your important wise words and showing us how the government cares. So I would like to call back on stage. Naomba nimwite tena kwenye stage Ellen facilitator wa dialogue ya kwanza kuhusiana na ecosystem. Ellen, please get on stage kwa ajili ya kuendelea. Tupo kwa ajili ya kufuatilia mazungumzo.
Asante sana. All right. So back to the organizations that we're going to have this interesting discussion with. From ILO, we have Adame. Is Adame here? Welcome on stage as I call you. Thank you. From Deloitte, we have Zara. Thank you, Zara. And from Botnar, we have Dr. I'm going to have a hard time saying this name, and we're going to learn it. Hasar Shinda? Is that right? Hassan, Dr. Hassan. Welcome, welcome so much. Right. We're going to also have the youth, which I guess there will be myself. And is there Baraka as well? Welcome, Baraka. Welcome, welcome. All right. Thank you. All right. Welcome, everybody. I would like to start off quite quickly to tell each one of you a brief introduction of who you are and where you're from, and maybe your biggest interest that got you into the sector of ICT and communication. But tuanze na Dr.
So my name is Hassan Shinda. I used to work at the Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology as the Director General when we started all this bazaar on incubation and innovation spaces. I'm glad that things are going on nicely now. Now I'm working with as a consultant for a foundation, a Swiss-based foundation, which is supporting activities in Tanga which are relating to youth, in particular on digital space, and also working on supporting research on AI and creating a policy environment on AI in health. The reason why I'm interested in this is just happened coincidentally. Mzee is here, I work with Mlaki, and my position required as the Director General of COSTECH, you are supposed to be a main government advisor on science, technology, and innovation. So through the course of doing my work, I started to develop interest on how Tanzania will be transformed, and in particular on how technology and innovation will help Tanzania, and that's where I started to develop interest. Before I was working as a pure researcher, and when I joined COSTECH, Mzee was there, and I was a molecular biologist. I did my PhD in molecular epidemiology, where I don't understand. But then later I came to learn the potential of the digital and the digital economy through Mzee and others. And that's the reason why I see a lot of potential in this area. That's why I'm continuing to work.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. My name is Zara Nancy. I'm a leader in Deloitte's consulting practice across East Africa, so supporting largely Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Burundi. You know, I'm privileged to be here actually from the private sector, and you know, I'm looking forward to learning and listening to our future sitting in front of me today and to the youth. I think that, as an employer, we constantly want to understand how you want to contribute to society. We want to learn about your behaviors, your passions, and how we can really be a better place for you to work, and for you to really sort of achieve your internal, passion and vision. We also really see ourselves as an intermediary between the private sector, between development partners, and between government. And so as an advisor to many private sector organizations across Tanzania, we also work really closely with, connecting them to development partners as well as to youth startups, and help provide opportunities for investment, for venture capital, and really for opportunities to grow. We support with the capacity building efforts as well to build youth and the startups, which I'm excited to hear more about. I guess for me personally, what got me interested in technology and the digital transformation, it really started in high school, as, a young girl in computer science class that had a teacher that believed in me. And I think, saw that interest and saw that spark in me when I started, writing software code and touring back in those days, and, writing about kind of robots moving from point A to point B. And I think it was his encouragement and his motivation that really ignited that interest in me. And I've been, involved in supporting technology to grow economies and businesses actually ever since. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Baraka Mafole. I'm an undergraduate student at University of Dar es Salaam, and I'm a digital freelancer, or you can call me a digital polymath, as I sell diverse digital skills on various digital freelancing platforms, and I'm interested with digital jobs and creators economy. And the reason why I'm in a digital space is due to the number of opportunities which are coming up with digital economy, the number of jobs created, and so on. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Adam Chauroy from the International Labour Organization, the ILO. As well, I'm working actually in the skills development field, and actually I'm managing a program that helped the country to build the system, the skills system, in order to provide the right skills, including youth, and to meet with the labor market demand, and make sure that we create a decent employment, decent job for youth. So my interest actually in this topic is that I've always been passionate about the technology. I've done my thesis on the role that technology play in order to help elderly people to stay the longest at home. And I think this, the digital sector has a huge potential for opportunities for youth, for the entire society. And actually make some research in order to make sure that those opportunities are benefit, like society and young people benefit from it, and also protect the right and also people from actually the let's say the inconveniences that we could find also with the technology. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm looking forward to discussing and stating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have such a diverse panel over here. I am so grateful to have officially met all of you and have this opportunity to discuss ICT-enabled youth employment. So right at it, I want to first invite you guys. Tutakuwa tunaongea na Kiswahili kidogo hapa na pale. Karibuni kuchangia mawazo ile dakika za 15 za mwisho. We'll try to keep time as much as possible, but we're here to learn from each other. So as we're having this discussion up here, it also involves everyone sitting and watching. And I just want to start off with just a few statistics, right? In 2020, there was 55.3 million people who were employed in ICT globally, and it's expected to be 62 million in 2023. So in order to keep up with this, we need to create about 600 million jobs so that employment rates are at least the same, right? To get it to be current. This is globally, right? These are global statistics. It sounds a bit scary. What does that look like for a continent such as Africa with a youth? It's more useful than any continent that we have. And what does it look like for Tanzania? Do you feel like this is the same challenges we'll be facing here? Do you feel like we're heading in the right directions? What are your thoughts with those statistics based as people here in Tanzania? Anyone is offered to kuchangia wa kwanza?
So yes, I will start actually. Yes, this is a very big number that you just mentioned. And also from the ILO, one of course, the purpose of the ILO is to create decent job, right? And the figures that we also have, which is actually kind of alarming in a sense that the youth employment remain a big challenge, enormous challenge, but not insurmountable. So we have actually, we have actually 8.8 million young people who are actually looking for a job. We have 123 million around globally, young people that are working, but still yet living in poverty. And we have 270 million around of young people not being in employment, education, or training. So this is actually a fact that accessing to jobs for young people it remain a big challenge. And in that direction, so we also have the digital transformation of Africa that offer a lot of opportunities, and for us to actually size those opportunities, it's very important that we also provide some kind of collective response to this challenge. And for that, the ILO, with the International Telecommunication Union, the ITCU, with the support of the African Union, they are implementing a program, which is actually a program that prioritize the job creation, but also to for overcome the specific disadvantage that young people face, which actually include the skills mismatch and also the discrimination. So this global program calls Global Initiative on Decent Jobs for Youth. The purpose is really to create decent employment, as I said, but also to enhance the skills for youth. This program is implemented, for instance, for now in 6 countries, including in Kenya, in South Africa, but also in Senegal, almost soon in Ethiopia as well. And it's Like we have several steps that we go through in order to unlock the potential of jobs for youth. We do some research. In South Africa, there is like some surveys that has been conducted in order to, get the feedback from the employers to know the skill that is required, but also from young people to know what is the constraint for them to access the job and to also benefit from these new opportunities. I think like Tanzania is also a country that's in Africa and has the same, facing the same challenges that we can find in other African countries, but also has huge potential to seize this opportunity in the digital economy. And actually, for that, we need to work with youth, with different stakeholders. We also need to equip the young people with the right skill for them actually to be able to actually seize those opportunities. So we'll stop here and let my other colleagues to contribute.
Thank you so much. And I just actually wanted to ask from the private sector, is the private sector ready for such a surge of young people? What do you feel is like the barrier, the trending barrier of like why there's so much opportunity, but there's still a lot of unemployment within the youth? What would you say the challenge is there? Because we've got different types of statistics, but there's a link that is missing. What would you say from the private sector is the link?
I think, that's a very complex question that can be looked at many different ways. I think for the purpose of this discussion, what I wanted to focus on is actually some of the results that Deloitte recently did when we conducted our Gen Z and Millennial survey for 2022. And we conduct this survey every year, one, to help the private sector learn about the psyche of youth today, learn about your passions, learn about what drives you, so that we can create, employment opportunities, but we can create workplaces as well that, attracts you and that fulfills you. And I think, there's sort of four really important things that we learned from this survey. It's a global survey. There were representations and sort of survey response from the continent. I hope next year we'll be able to work with DOT to get more Tanzania participation. But I think some of the findings are actually still really relevant. So I want to recap them here. But before I do that, I want to get a sense of sort of the demographic of who's in the room. So we call this, I said, although youth have no age, which is what I said earlier, this is a Gen Z and a Millennial survey. I'm curious to know how many Gen Zs are in the room. So those of you who are born between 1995 and 2010, you can put your hands up, Gen Zs. Okay, not too bad. What about our Millennials, 1980, born between 1980 to 1994? Okay. Roughly the same, maybe. Roughly the same amount of Millennials and Gen Zs. And then, of course, we have our Gen X's and our baby boomers. You don't have to put your hands up. But what was really interesting from the survey is actually when it comes to these kinds of preferences, the Gen Z and the Millennial preferences were very similar. So even though there's a lot of unique attributes between the two generations, just based on the world that you grew up in and the context, there's a lot of similarities, and I'll share with you some of the numbers that come from the findings. In terms of the findings, I mentioned and the first one really has to do with the fact that your generations have a lot more exposure to what's happening in the world than previous generations. And because of that, you really care about very complex issues globally, right? You care about what's happening in Ukraine. You care about climate change. You care about the Afghanistan humanitarian crisis. You care about the refugee crisis. You care about the Kenyan elections. So you care, and you really passionately, are connected to what's happening globally. And you can also sort of connect the dots between that, how that affects us here in Tanzania, and what is the impact for us on a day-to-day life. And so you have these really strong passions and these really strong sort of feelings about what's happening globally. That's sort of the first key trend. The second is that because of these strong passions, you also sometimes, actually often, feel very overwhelmed. Words around anxiety and stress and burnout and mental health didn't exist 10 years ago. But it's your generation that said, actually, this is very overwhelming for me. There's a lot of fears that I have about the future. There's a lot of fears that I have about our planet. I worry about the health of my communities. I worry about the health of my parents. You've lived now through COVID, and you have a lot more pressure, a lot more stress, a lot more financial responsibility even than previous generations didn't have. And so there's a lot more focus as well on your mental health, on your well-being, and also kind of how your physical health relates to that. So that's kind of the second key trend. The third one, which is now actually affecting us, directly as an employer, is the Great Resignation, right? So because of these emotions, you're now saying, hey, I don't want to wake up every day and do the same thing. I don't want to wake up and do a 9-to-5 job. I'm entrepreneurial. Maybe I want 2 or 3 different jobs. Maybe I want a more hybrid workplace. I don't want to have to go to the office every day. And so because of this, we're seeing a lot more youth actually exit formal employment and choosing to start up their own companies, choosing to maybe be independent contractors, and really, choosing a different way of work than, historically we've ever seen. And so again, there's a huge change in terms of the workplace, how private sector needs to evolve to understand hybrid working, and to create and design jobs for the future that is also appealing and compelling to the youth today. And then the last one is actually, and you're hearing about this rising cost of living, you're hearing about inflation, you're starting to hear about recession, and as a result, the study shows that your generations are a lot more financially constrained than previous generations. Statistics show that more of you are living paycheck to paycheck, and as much as you want to spend on, items related to sustainability and to climate change, I'll talk about that a little bit, you're having a hard time with your own finances to be able to do that. And so there's this conflict that you're struggling with to say, hey, I need to, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, I need to save my money, but at the same time, I should buy a reusable water bottle so that, because I care about the climate and I want to protect the planet. But some of these things cost beyond their means, and it's trying to figure out like how to reconcile some of that, that internal struggle. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing, and as a private sector employer, trying to think about how to respond to some of these findings and create jobs that will fulfill the future of the.
Thank you so much. I want to go directly to Baraka. How do you feel about these findings? Could you resonate? Could you? Are there some that you're like, I don't get that?
Yeah, sure. Speaking about accessibility to jobs, not only to Tanzania youth, but also to Africa at large is a problem. For example, a few weeks ago, I was checking the report from World Bank, and I saw almost 800,000 Tanzania youth enter into a job market every year, and only 150,000 youth get employed. leaving more than 650,000 youth unemployed. So there is a report portrayed the various areas which make a lot of Tanzania not to be employed into private and governmental sector. And one of challenges, the number of jobs created are low compared to the number of youth entering into a job market. And another issue was the skilling. Most of Tanzania youth don't have skill required by companies, by private sectors and government sector to be employed. And I was also checking a report from World Economic Forum, and it shows that there are more than 1 million jobs will be created up to 2025 due to digital transformation and digital skilling. Also, I had saw that automation will affect more than 50% of jobs in the world by 10 to 20 years to come. And speaking about automation, we all see automation as a way to take jobs to youth, but it's a long misconception, as automation will create more jobs and will push people into doing more hard tasks and will create more employment. So speaking about how, as a Tanzania youth can enter into a job market, we should also ensure that we are skilled. We have digital skills which will enable us to be competitive in a digital economy. I was checking data from one of the freelancing platform, Upwork, comparing Tanzania and youth in terms of earning. And I was checking there were more than 300 Kenyans and more than 100,000 USD compared to less than 20 Tanzania youth, which earned the same amount. Also, I was checking the data from one of the freelancing platform, famous from Israel, Fiverr, and between 2020 and 2021, there were more than 1 million clients increased on the platform. Means that there will be more opportunities on digital freelancing platform. But when you see the number of Tanzanians who are on those platforms compared to the number of youth in other countries, you can find Tanzania we are few, and only few Tanzanians speak about digital freelancing, speaking about platform economy, and now the world is changing and moving into Web3 and the creator economy. And I was checking that the creator economy has a valuation of more than 100 billion USD. So now it's opportunity for you to use those TikTok and coming platform to make income. And speaking about creator economy and digital economy, we have some examples. Speaking about Kabilame, a famous TikToker who earning a lot of money from TikTok. We also have Kilpo from Tanzania and a lot of money, and many other using different digital platforms to make income. So I think now it's a time for Tanzanian youth to look to opportunities in digital economy, to look for opportunities to creator economy. Make sure you enroll yourself on those platforms. Make sure you apply for gigs available. And for example, in Upwork, every day, every week there are more than 100,000 works are posted. And every minute there is a new job is posted. I usually speak to my fellow youth and tell them that the skill you have here in Tanzania, there is someone in another continent finding a person like you to hire to pay for a certain skill. And there is an opportunity nowadays. You can be unaweza usiwe tech savvy, but you can learn how to use no-code platforms like Canva. You can create a good graphic design, good graphics. You can learn to use no-code platform like WordPress to create websites, and you get paid. You get paid a good money. I remember last year, for average of every month, I was making like 500 USD from only one freelancing platform. And it's changed a lot about my life and about me. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So just to give a small summary of what we're saying, and for people who are coming in, we're looking at how how unemployment has affected, or rather how the digital sector is going to be affecting employment and the gap between the youth and getting employed. We've talked about different programs that are sharing skills and research that how the Gen Z and millennials are operating now. We sort of actually heard live from Baraka, are you Gen Z? Are you millennial? Sielewa hapo, sura yako inani confuse kidogo. But yes, we've heard one of the areas of how the practical steps some people are taking, and I think that's very useful. I love the statistics that you're mentioning because those are real Tanzanian statistics. I've seen your Instagram and I know the things that you're saying to kids, and it's very strange because that information was not available before. So Doctor, how is it so different now than it was before, and what do you think, in your opinion, could really help some of these challenges that we're facing? Because sometimes just need to go back a little bit and say, maybe there's a simple way we can start. Do you have any addition?
I think you are making mistakes by focusing only on age and expecting I'm a retiree, but I also work in Upwork. So, so this is not only for young people, but also for those who are retired, don't have anything else, and have some digital literacy, can use that. I think it's very interesting, and as was true for your generation, there is one word which I haven't heard here. I hear sometimes Baraka mention, gig. We're in the gig economy, and there is also gig jobs, and which means that the kind of work which me and Lucky started to work from 9 to 5 is no longer the norm. Those actually has gone. Now you have a temporary work, and most of you are going to work only on temporary basis, which means that you will be independent. You want to be independent, like what she said, but also you want to work in different companies. Baraka is talking about working on different platforms. But also your payment is not going to be like ours in Mzemlaki, where we have been recruited when we are 18 years old, and we continuously work until when we are 60, and then we are asked to retire. You will be different. You will be paid on task basis. You'll be paid, you'll be given an assignment to do, and then you'll work. That's why you hear Baraka talking about, I've done this work with this platform, I got $500. So that is the nature of how the trend is going to change. But the question, coming back to your question now, how can we prepare the youth to be able to take advantage of that opportunity? First, they have strength. They are technology savvy. They are TikTok generation. The question is whether you are using your skills to do what? To go to the sites where kuna habari za udaku, or you want to say you are actually yuko kwenye daladala, there is actually a working Upwork where you can be able to do the work. That's where the big task is. So what we need also is, there is a role for both parts. Government, which if the government is serious on digital transformation, it means then they have to think also on their business processes. In thinking about that, then they have to digitize all the work. So one way of creating a big number of jobs is digitization of the paperwork which we have been using, like these ones. The second is really to prepare the policy and regulatory environment, which will enable us to work on task-based and being payment. So how will social, lawyers, we're talking about decent job. How can social security think about this? It will be different the way we look at the social securities and pension. So because we are being paid, we are contributing to our NSSF based on what we are earning. But these ones you are not going to earn continuously. You will work in different areas. So that one is actually needed. The third one, what is needed is the skills. When Baraka has been promoting a lot of talking on online work, but the online work needs some skills. Not only the digital skills, but you need also to be persevere and being patient. It's not that today you finish up, you know the app work, and then you go there and you get the job. It's not going to be like that. So for the guys who have mastered the game in that space, they can even change their address on, I'm now working in Australia, but is somebody working in Manzese. By doing that, you enable how to get the jobs. Otherwise, you focus on the jobs, say, okay, this is the only one which I want. Sema, okay, kuna mtu anataka kujua kupika ugali, nani anaweza kunifundisha? Those are kind of things we will see in the online jobs. So you need to have skills, not only digital skills, you have communication skills and management skills in terms of soft skills, time management, because you have to perform. So if we create that environment, then it will be conducive for our youth to move forward. And we as retirees.
Imagine being put to shame on leaving out a whole generation or three. Thank you so much. And I love what you've said because it really ties into what some of our honorable guests have said, you know, walking the talk. What our representative from UNICEF said, learning how to learn, right? So we need to learn those soft skills. We need to have that, and how to unlearn in order to relearn. There's so much wisdom coming from here, clearly. We need these people here. So it's really about gaining those skills. We've heard about, I think it really attaches itself quite well to the research you had, where it's like, there is that we do not have security leading, so it leads to those sort of anxieties, right? If you don't have a retirement fund because you're in the gig economy, how are you secure in the future? How does Baraka know that this $500 now is a very now moment, but what do we do when I have kids, for example? So I think it's really good that we're also encouraging like programs that are going to sort of integrate these things. You'd mentioned about the government also changing certain policies around the work that it's being given. If someone doesn't work on a desk, how do you make sure that social security is available for that person? This has been really, really powerful. And I think just because of time, I want to know if there's any comment or additional things. I see someone over there. Yes? Karibu.
Hello. Oh yeah. Yes. Hello. Habari za mchana.
Salama.
Kwa majina naitwa Rashid Kamagezi. Ni founder na managing director wa kampuni inaitwa Msomiflix Africa. It's a multimedia company. Yeah. So ningependa nichangie mawili matatu na ningependa pia kuwapongeza kwa wachangiaji kwa hoja walizotoa. First thing nilikuwa nataka niongelee swala zima la private sector and the public sector kwenye swala zima la uajiri, employment. Baraka pale amesema kwamba every year kuna watu almost 800,000 wanaingia kwenye utafutaji wa kazi, active job seekers, lakini wanaoajiriwa ni wachache, ambao ina leave almost kama 650 youth unemployed. Kwa hiyo hilo ni tatizo, lakini ni tatizo ambalo lina uwezo wa kutatulika kama tukiweza kuinvest zaidi na kutolea jicho private sector. Kwa sababu duniani kote watu ambao wanaongoza kwa kutoa ajira huwa ni private sector. So if you have a dormant private sector or inakuwa lakini sio kwa kasi, inamaanisha automatically huwezi kumit your demand ya watu wanaotakuwa employed. That's one. Lakini there is a great difference between vitu viwili hapa. Kuna kitu tunakizungumzia kinaitwa skills. Siwezi kuamini kwamba vijana wana lack skills. what vijana wana lack sana sana ni experience. For example, kama mtu unatafuta ajira unaambiwa you need to have 5 years of experience of doing what you're doing. So what we need to like focus on is how do we manage or help our youth waweze kubuild hiyo experience mpaka wanapokuja kufikia wakati wanakuwa active job seekers, waweze kuwa tayari wamesha attain hiyo experience ambayo inahitajika kwenye hizi private sectors, mostly hizi international organizations. So that's something. Kwa inabidi tutengeneze mfumo wa namna ya kwamba let's say if I want to be a marketer, me by profession I'm a marketer na public relation practitioner, nitengeneze mazingira from a young age niweze kupata kuparticipate au kujitolea kwenye organizations, meaning kwamba way back from secondary school lazima kuwe kuna hiyo option au channel ya kuweza kuamua kwamba mimi nataka niwe engineer wa kitu fulani. So I need to evolve au surround myself with people ambao wana hiyo tasnia ili kuweza kugain hiyo experience. That's one. Lakini pia nipende kusema kwamba kila kitu duniani kinakuja, tunasema kina the good side and the bad side. The good side ya corona ni kwamba imetusaidia kuweza kuintroduce au kuimplement kitu kinaitwa hybrid working haraka. And these days it means kwamba you do not need to be present kwenye dawati lako la ofisi kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba kazi zinaenda. I can meet my deadlines anywhere, and that gives me the freedom ya kuweza kurun kampuni na kufanya vitu vingine ili kuweza kujisustain kifedha na kuweza kuhudumia familia yangu na kumeet majukumu yangu kila siku. So that's something that's very, very positive about corona. Sorry. Sasa nimeongelea private sector ya kwetu hapa Tanzania, tuseme kuwa kwamba haikui kwa haraka. Well, how do we stimulate our private sector kuweza kukua kwa haraka? First thing first, tunabidi tuangalie tengeneze mazingira whereby watu wana uwezo wa kuingia kwenye private sector kirahisi. Na ukiangalia vijana wengi wako very creative, very innovative, lakini kitu cha kwanza ambacho kinatuumiza sana ni lack of finance. Na tukiongea uhalisia, asilimia kubwa yetu hapa tunatoka kwenye familia maskini. Yani ukisema mimi baba I'm not being employed, I'm actually trying to create my own employment, unakuta mzazi anashindwa kukusaidia, so anachoishia kukwambia it's like okay, just go try. Kwa hiyo lazima nchi kama nchi, policy makers na washikadau tofauti waweze kutengeneza mazingira whereby watu wanaweza waka access funding kirahisi ili kuweza kufinance mawazo yao. Kwa hiyo hapo inaturudisha kwenye kitu kifuatacho. Lazima tutengeneze namna ya kuweza kusupport phases zote 3 muhimu za biashara changa. Tunaongelea idealization, tunaongelea the in between. Hiyo in between phase ni phase ambayo inapelekea kampuni nyingi changa kuweza kufikia malengo, kwa sababu let's say umefanya, mimi personally the company ambayo nimeianzisha imetokana na kipato ambacho nilikuwa napata kuweza kuconsult watu kwa masuala ya biashara. Kwa hiyo nimeweza kuraise kiela kidogo, nimeenda kupitch wazo kwa ndugu jamaa na marafiki kwa kuonyesha business plan na wameweza kuweka hela. Lakini sasa unapomaliza ile idealization, unapoingia kwenye the in between phase pale, things are not certain. Kwa hiyo unaweza kukuta either mostly underestimate the actual required capital ya kuweza carry on mpaka kuja kufikia ready for market phase. Kwa hiyo most ukiangalia funding, nimejaribu moja lesi ambayo imetokana na European Union na funguo, unakuta wanakuambia they need something that's already in the market, wanakuuliza market traction unakuta kama upo in between phase pale, automatically unakuwa una uhaba wa kupata funding. So that's very important.
Yeah, sorry, just for the sake of time. Kulikuwa kuna jibu hapa, sidhani kama bado hiyo jibu unakumbuka. And then also to give other makofi kwa director, by the way.
One point left. One point, very important.
2 seconds.
Okay. Ukiachana hiyo, kuna hizi copyright laws. They are very important. Tunapoongelea digital spaces na kuinvest kwenye digital spaces, mostly people wanakuwa ni innovate solutions. Sasa unapo innovate a solution, wewe kama entrepreneur mchanga, unapoenda kujiexpose, kuna kitu pale kinaitwa copyright infringement, especially kwenye section ya innovation. Watu wanaibiwa sana mawazo sana. Kwa hiyo lazima tujaribu kurudia sheria zetu za copyright za miaka ya 60, 50 huko, tuweze kuangalia kipengele hiki cha innovation. Nashukuru.
Asante, makofi kwa director. Thank you so much. Umeongea point nyingi nzuri sana, very heavy, very realistic. Baraka, in 2 minutes or less.
Yeah, thanks. I have some addition, and the good thing, we have Director General for City Commission and some developmental partners here in the room. As I present Tanzania youth who work online, we have some issues which we need to speak it. We shouldn't escape. And some of issues is the issue of policy. I think now is for us to reach a digital jobs or to reach a digital transformation, the government should also change some policy, including the policy of enabling some payment system to work in Tanzania. We know for years PayPal is not working in Tanzania. Imagine you get a client want to pay you 1,000 USD, and because PayPal is not working in Tanzania, you left behind. You don't get a chance to get paid. And our fellows in Kenya, in Nigeria, and some countries, they are using PayPal and they get paid. We usually speak about PayPal because on our digital jobs we usually work with the people who we don't know and they don't know us, and they prefer to use PayPal as the only means of payment they trust. That's why it forces us to push the government to allow to change the policy, especially in financial sector, to allow the PayPal to work. Also, the government should also come to program. For example, I see some countries, for example, Kenya and Nigeria, have Digify programming in Nigeria and EcoCast Kenya, which offer a portal. I know there is a portal for jobs, but I don't think if there is a portal for digital jobs which are in demand for Tanzania youth. Also, there is the issue of internet. We need not only stable, also fast and low cost internet. Imagine you're losing a client because you can't make a virtual meeting because of unstable internet, to which you have paid the bundle to access that internet. Also, there is a place of skills. I think now is the time for government to have a cooperation with some learning platform. I have seen, for example, Saudi Arabia and some Asian countries, I think it's India, have collaborated with some MOOC like Udacity and Coursera to ensure that youth learn digital skills using those platforms, either at low cost or without paying anything. We know most of people are left behind because they can't be able to pay for causes cost. Also, there is the issue of devices. I think people should be empowered to have digital devices. There's a lot of university students who don't have laptop and this digital device, which are so important for them to enter to a digital economy. I think the government can have a program or can put some taxes law to ensure that we get those digital devices at low price. And the last one, there is the issue of scamming, to which we should be for us youth, we should take part to protect ourselves from scamming and to make sure the online or digital space becomes safe. Thanks.
Thank you so much. It's been really, really good. We wish to have more time, but this is all the time that we have. We've looked at various items. We've looked at how the youth are sort of functioning. We've looked at different policies that can be changed. We've heard of practical tools. We've heard how policies can also change. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for joining us in this panel discussion. Thank you, panelists, for being here, for this opportunity. And I look forward to seeing more of these conversations happening online. Over to you.
Makofi tafadhali. That was a very deep conversation. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana, sana, sana. That was Ellen Ndima na wenzake ambao ilikuwa ni panel na vitu ambavyo walikuwa wakizungumzia ni kuhusiana na key trends in the 21st century labor market. But right now, I would like to call, it's time for, dialogue number 2. So thank you very much. And right after, it'll be time for lunch. So, yay. Makofi tena tafadhali. Thank you, Ellen. So now I'd like to call on stage the next panel that is going to speak about youth at the center of climate, smart solutions, opportunities, and constraints. And we will understand more about, obviously, the ecosystem and in dialogue 2 on climate change, ICT for climate change. So we have Reynold Maeda coming up on stage right now. Reynold, sulisema wewe mwanafunzi. All right. Makofi tafadhali. ICT for climate change. Let's go.
Thank you very much. My name is Reynold Maeda, and I'm the Executive Director of the United Nations Association of Tanzania. So please give us 30 minutes of your time. I'm always very nervous around innovators because I think you're the coolest, and I try to impress. So I will start by one interesting fact. But can we all stand up first? I think we would need a bit of your attention for the next 30 minutes. Just stretch anyhow, 10 seconds. Let's revitalize a little bit. While I give you this fact, top 4 events that threatens our existence. 1, a nuclear war. 2, climate change. 3, a biological warfare. A mad doctor somewhere decides to unleash a virus. And an unlikely event of an asteroid impact. So you can see why we have to discuss climate change today. Sit. Sit. With me, I have a privilege of speaking to or with young people, only young people, because we believe it's a platform for young people and we should listen to youth voices. I would like to welcome on stage Gibson from Waga, Karibu, Helen, Karibu, and Haika Senge, who is our Climate Resilience Officer at United Nations Association. Back to you. What incidents, just 2 people, what incidents when you see happening and a bulb comes on, this is climate change? From the audience, what incidents reminds you or tells you this is climate change happening? We're not going to have a normal panel, we're going to have a conversation. Tutaongea pamoja. Hawa watakuwa tu wanachokoza mada, lakini tutaongea pamoja. Kwa hiyo narudi kwenu kwanza kabla sijaja kwa wageni wangu waheshimiwa hapa. Kitu gani kikitokea ukiona najua hii ni climate change inatokea hapa au haya ni madhara ya climate change? Watu wawili tutende.
Joto linakuwa linaongezeka kwa hali ya kawaida. Pia seasonal variation. Kwa mfano tumekuwa tukizoea kwamba mvua inanyesha labda kwa misimu miwili maybe kwa Dar es Salaam, lakini unakuta imebadilika. Kwa mfano, I have an experience for that kwa maeneo ya kanda ya Ziwa. Tulikuwa tukizoea kwamba watu wakilima wanalima mara mbili, msimu mdogo na msimu mkubwa, yani kuanzia mwezi wa 8 mpaka mwezi wa 12 na kuanzia mwezi wa kwanza mpaka mwezi wa 3, lakini sasa hivi imekuwa ni tofauti sana. Ina maana sasa hivi wakilima wanavuna sana kwenye mwezi wa 8 msimu mdogo, lakini msimu mkubwa kunakuwa na mvua kubwa, kwa hiyo watu hawezi kuvuna kabisa. Kwa hiyo ni impact on is a result of climate change. Thank you.
Asante sana. Na wa mwisho mwingine, kitu gani ambacho ukikiona kinatokea unajua haya ni madhara ya climate change ama mabadiliko ya tabia ya nchi kwa Kiswahili? Wangapi tumewahi kusikia climate change at all? Raise of hands. 80% of the room, lakini hakuna anayejibu incidents. Karibu. Kitu gani ambacho kikiona? Sisi hapa tunaongelea opportunities kwa innovators wa vijana kwenye kukabiliana na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. There are a lot of opportunities, economic opportunities that are in climate resilience and climate solutions. Kwa hiyo mara ya mwisho, mtu gani mwingine wa mwisho? Yes, kaka mwisho. Yoyote. Anyways, panelists wetu nitawaacha wajitambulishe wenyewe. Nitawarudia tena. Nikianza na Haika, naomba ujitambulishe dakika 2, na Haika atatuelezea tu kwa ujumla what is climate change. Don't get in too deep. Elezea tu the overall phenomenon of climate change so that for the benefit of those who do not understand, waelewe mabadiliko ya tabia nchi ni nini. Gibson, utajitambulisha alafu pia utatuambia unafanya nini na kwa nini unafanya unachofanya. Pia Helen, utakukaribisha, utajitambulisha dakika 2, utatuelezea unafanya nini na kwa nini unafanya unachofanya.
Much Reynard. Hello everyone. I'm Haika Simon from United Nations Association of Tanzania. I'm working there as a climate resilience officer. Now, and to tell the truth, I've had a passion of being a climate activist since I was at a very young age. And if I may speak it in Swahili, some of us millionaires can understand if we can remember. Kulikuwa kuna yale matangazo yalikuwa narushwa sana kwenye ITV kama mnakumbuka. Yalikuwa nasema mlima Kilimanjaro unaungua, mlima Kilimanjaro unaungua. I know the Gen Zs cannot understand me, but I got it from there. And part of it, my dad used to inspire me from his work because he's been an environment lover. He loves to conserve the environment over and over. So I got it at a young age. The idea of climate change is really wide, but I'm going to make it really simple. We all see that there are changes that are happening in the world, and especially in Tanzania. The weather has been changing. It's not been the same since pre-industrial era up to now. And in the average, you can say that around the world, there has been a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which has a lot of impact. As we can see, last year, there was bushfires around Australia, and they lasted for more than 4 months. We also see floods happening around the world. We also see melting of the glaciers. Some parts of Antarctica are melting, and by melting, they are also resulting to rising of the sea level. By also resulting to rising of the sea levels, we see submergence of lands. Kama sasa hivi Tanzania kuna baadhi ya visiwa vimeanza kufunikwa na maji.
Mfano ukifuatilia ripoti kuna kisiwa kinaitwa Fuvu la Nyani. Lakini also some parts in Dar es Salaam, for those of us who have been here in Dar es Salaam, tunaona kabisa kwamba maji ukienda kule ufukweni ni tofauti na back in the days wakati tulikuwa tunakuwa. Isn't it? Anybody who understands what I'm saying, or anyone who has ever seen the changes? Thank you very much. Basi, with this, the presence of floods, the presence of droughts, the rainfall, kaka yangu amesema pale kwamba hata kanda ya ziwa kuna mabadiliko ya mvua, na ni kweli yote yanatuaffect kwenye vitu mbalimbali, kwenye sekta ya kilimo, kwenye mifugo, kwenye maji, upatikanaji, and everything else. So climate change, it's really an issue. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gibson Kawago from Waga. Yes, what I do starts from where I came from. I come from Ibumila, Iringa village, where at a time when I was living with my parents and my grandma, we had challenges with the electricity. So literally we had to collect mobile phones around 5 to 10 when their batteries are fully drained, collect them together, and we send someone with a bicycle to go to a charging station. They charge, then they could come back almost in the evening or the following day. Then we could use the mobile phones, and we were using them with discipline because we knew that the battery, when it's over, we can't charge just very fast. That one time, there was a wedding that took place in Mapinga, and when I was showing a video to my grandma about that wedding, the video, the battery got over. Then I had to send her to the charging station and wait for the next day. But unfortunately, my grandma was sick, so the following day she got bad and she passed away. Then from there, I started asking myself, like, okay, it might seem to be a very small thing. She missed that video, but that video could really matter because she really wanted to see the end of the video, what was happening. So missing that moment and passing away, I started asking, how many people are living in the same conditions out there and are facing the same problem or different problem? Then when I came to DIT, when I was studying electrical engineering, I came around that every year when we are coming to the university, we need to go with a laptop. And our main problem with the laptops that we have is the batteries always die over time, and we need to change them. But has anyone ever thought, where do those batteries go after we take them out from the laptops? Then I started going to Machinga Complex in Kariako to see, okay, where do they go? I found that, okay, sometimes they collect them with the normal bins and they get trashed to Tabata Dump and other places with the normal organic waste. So after being dropped there, at those dump places, those are the places where you can get the fertile soil. And these people out here trying to survive and they do some small-scale agriculture, they take manure from there. Then taking that manure, those batteries, laptop batteries, inside contain lithium-ion batteries. And these lithium-ion batteries contain metals that are not good for our health as we consume them. So dumping them there and we consume that vegetable, we might go for lunch after here. Then if we consume vegetable that was grown in a place where these batteries were dumped, directly we are consuming the metals from those batteries. Then from there I started thinking, okay, how can I get something good from these batteries? I started learning on the battery technologies. Then I started repurposing laptop batteries and making power banks, solar lights, and battery packs that can be used in villages for lighting. So in case you have a normal solar house, you know also the same problem with the solar places. If you install solar, over time you might find when it is getting darker, the lights are starting to fade. That is the problem with the battery. So in case we get, instead of the batteries that we use with the system, we get lithium-ion batteries.
I'll get back to you. Please wrap up for the introduction round.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helen Silas, and I'm the CEO for Arena Recycling Industry. And also I sit as a chairperson at the Women in Recycling Foundation. At Arena Recycling Industry is a clean tech company and waste management and recycling company that recycle plastic waste into eco-friendly building material for construction activities. So far, what do? We recycle plastic into eco-brick for construction, and we collect the plastic in the environment, and also we organize beach cleanup for the collection of this plastic to make eco-brick. And the popular name people used to call me Dada Matofari. Matofari ambayo yanatengenezwa na plastic, hayatumii cement, natumia plastic kwa ajili ya kusafisha mazingira. Asante.
Asanteni sana. Quite inspiring stories from young innovators. Narudi kwenye fact moja, because we have to talk about opportunities. We will skip the constraints, because I think I was talking to my friend Nancy there, and I think tumesikia challenge hizo over and over. So I would like for us to use this platform to discuss opportunities and solutions, at least for the few minutes that we have. We have a Mentimeter survey ambayo nitaomba mwe mnaifanya wakati tunaendelea. Unfortunately, you have to trust me with the results kwa sababu we don't have a display screen. Naomba mchukue simu zenu and fungua Mentimeter. Mentimeter ni www.menti.com. www.menti.com. Wakati mnafungua, wangapi tayari wamefanikiwa kufungua? Wengi bado. Nitataja password ambayo itabidi uweke ili ukutane na maswali yetu, au mini poll ambayo tunaifanya kuangalia opportunities zilizopo kwenye climate change smart solutions. 84253599. Tumepata the passport. Wangapi hawajisikia, hawajielewa? Nairudia, 84253599. Mtaendelea kujaza wakati sisi tunaendelea na mjadala hapa. Natoa facts kwenye opportunities zilizopo kwenye climate solutions. Hii ni fact sheet ndogo tu ya World Bank. Between 2016 and 2021, the World Bank Group delivered over $109 billion in climate finance, including a record $26 billion in only 2021. Hizi fedha zote zinazotolewa na World Bank ni kwa ajili ya kutafuta solutions on climate masuala ya adaptation na climate resilience. Vijana wetu hapa wamezungumza recycling batteries, lakini bila kufahamu yeye alikuwa na nia nyingine kabisa ya kumsaidia bibi yake kuangalia video, lakini anachofanya anaokoa mazingira kwa kiwango kikubwa. The same watu ambao wana recycle plastics. So there is a lot of these opportunities around, and sisi tuko hapa kutaka kujua jinsi gani tunaweza kufanya kazi na vijana kutumia hizi nafasi. Fact nyingine ambayo naweza kuwapa kuhusu available opportunities. Banks kama CRDB, NMB wana hizi climate resilience funds, na zote hizi zinatoka kwa ajili ya kufund innovations around climate resilience, climate smart solutions. Mmeweza kufikia Mentimeter yetu? Okay, good. I was supposed to get back to you, lakini endeleeni na Mentimeter kwanza. Back to our panelists. What do you think are opportunities available kwenye maeneo ambayo mnafanyia kazi? The energy. Kwangu mimi, both of you, is plastic waste management. Ellen, ningekuja kwako utuambie, you mentioned an interest in blue economy. Our country, one of the biggest priorities sasa hivi ukiangalia visiwani ni masuala ya blue economy. Uchumi ambao unapatikana kwenye maji, bahari hasa, na vitu vinavyotokana na bahari. How does lack of proper plastic management, waste management, affect the prospects of blue economy? Utatueleza hiyo. Na Waga, he owes me a passport to his city. Mpaka leo hajawahi kuileta. You tell us, how can green energy, how does it contribute to livelihoods? How can young innovators, use these opportunities to innovate around solutions on green energy? Kama wewe. So please continue your story and inspire other young people.
Thank you so much. So as youth, we are always on search of opportunities. But we most of the times have a problem because we seek for opportunities without seeking for what problems are there in our societies we need to solve and transform them into opportunities. So at this point, as youths who have access to internet and ICT, we can sit down and look at our societies. What problems do we face? Then after looking at those problems, then we generate solutions to those. Why? It's because having a solution that really solves a problem means the customers can really buy without much investment in advertisements, because they already have that problem. They find that the solution matches, then they can access that. So looking at what opportunities are there around what we do exactly at WAGA. For example, we have people of different areas, and we have laptops everywhere. So at WAGA, we can't go every region to collect these batteries. Youths who really want to keep their energy and focus, like, I want to collect only batteries, because you can't bring to us batteries for free. So we buy those batteries from those people who bring to us. So someone can take this chance and say, I'll be collecting batteries. Then when they get 100 or 50, they come, they get paid for that. They convert to be a total job. And really it needs no experience, no skills. We want to teach you how to handle batteries safely, then they can do that. Then let's go to those who have graduated. Like, they have graduated and they have no jobs. They can come with proposals, like, you do battery solutions. Then they say, I've designed this backup system that can do A, B, and C. Can you supply us batteries at low cost so that we can sell to people at an affordable price? Then we can form partnerships. Then they can also join us in designing the circuits and implementing and making these battery packs. So opportunities are everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I'll be speaking to how plastic can affect the blue economy. And blue economy contributes the largest employment to many youths and other people. As we speak, marine fisheries people provide the largest protein worldwide. The protein that we eat, a lot, it's come from the marine. And how plastic affect is like, I'll speak Swahili so that you can understand more. Like, plastic is more than 8 million tons of plastic has been discarded in the ocean every year. Zaidi ya tani milioni natupwa baharini kila mwaka. And this plastic disrupts the ecosystem of the marine areas and the ocean as well, but also kill marine animals. And it is estimated that more than 100,000 of marine animals are killed every year because of plastic waste, because wanaashumu plastic as a food material. And plastic, ikiwa inside the ocean, it releases gas emission ambayo inaenda to change the atmosphere and the ecosystem ya bahari. As you know, the 80% of oxygen that we inhale is come out from the ocean. So inside the ocean, kuna organism wanaitwa planktons ambao kazi yao ni ku inhale carbon dioxide ambayo binadamu tunaisababisha na ku exhale oxygen, hewa safi ambayo inatoka baharini. So plastic ikienda kuharibu mazingira ya ile mimea na wale fishery, inaleta mabadiliko ya tabia ya nchi. And that's why we just turn in. We have come with an innovation of recycling this plastic, and mostly we target the ocean. That's why we organize beach cleanups for the collection of this plastic to make sure that plastic does not affect our ocean. And also the opportunity that can be found there is that we collect this plastic, but also we create jobs for those who are collecting this plastic from the environment, as we prevent prevent this plastic leak to the ocean. So we make sure that all the plastic from the environment are collected before it goes to the ocean. And also for now, we have this opportunity. There are these colored plastic bottles that have been not collected with waste pickers, but at the arena recycling industry now we have partnered with more DOT recyclers. Now we are accepting this colored plastic. So if there is anyone who have ability to collect at least 1 ton of plastic colored bottles, we are accepting and we are buying. So please use here. This is a big opportunity. We are accepting starting from 1 ton of plastic so that we can do business. Thank you.
Thank you. Kwenye hizi changamoto zote, they all need solutions. In my opening statement, au sentence ya kufungulia nilisema climate change is one of the top 4, and the asteroid being an unlikely event. So climate change ni kitu ambacho kinatishia uwepo wetu kwenye sayari ya dunia kama hakitakuwa managed. So when we speak about climate smart solutions, it's a phenomenon. We have to live with it, so we have to adapt. So hizi solutions zitatuwezesha kupunguza madhara wakati tunaishi na athari ambazo zimeshajitokeza. I would like to take it back to you. 2 examples. Tusikie na ambao hawakupata nafasi kuwa hapa. Dakika moja tu. Tusikie initiatives za vijana wengine ambazo zinalenga masuala ya climate change. Kwa hiyo natoa nafasi hii kwa vijana walioko kwenye audience kutuambia nini wanafanya kwenye masuala ya climate change. Climate change is very broad. Maybe unaweza ukawa unafanya na hujui kama you're contributing to efforts. Lakini natoa nafasi mbili za kuuza initiative yako, watu wengine tusikie pia unafanya nini. Karibuni. Mmoja, wawili, mdogo wangu mwenye shati ya draft, karibu. Una mic? Ruka basi wakati wewe na. Kama unaweza kuja sehemu yenye mic wakati tunasikiliza.
Habari. Naitwa Emmanuel James Show. Zaidi na mazingira kwa upande wa develop some projects ambazo zitasolve tatizo la uchafu. Moja project ambayo ipo ndani sasa hivi ni katika daladala shuleni kusaidia sana watu wasidamu
Sekunde 30.
Ndio, na pia mbioni kuja na project ya water point, sababu moja ya sababu ya hizi plastic pollution sana ni hizi bottled water ambazo sana zinasababishwa na hatuna maji safi kutoka kwenye bomba hizi. Kwa hiyo tunaanzisha water points kama wanafanya heritage drinking water, ambayo itakuja kusaidia kukuza hizi.
Karibu.
Okay, thank you once again. Of course ni kwamba it is an idea ambayo inatakiwa iwe implemented, haijaanza kuwa implemented, lakini ni environmental friendly, lakini pia ni ambayo inaweza ku generate income. Issue yenyewe ni kutengeneza kama mbadala kutumia malanda ya mbao pamoja na mapumba ya mchele, na hii inasaidia kupunguza ukataji wa miti na kupata mkaa mbadala ambao una energy ya kutosha, lakini pia hauharibu mazingira. Na eneo lenyewe ambao tayari limeshakuwa planned kwa ajili ya kuanza kuimplement hicho kitu ni mkoa wa Ruvuma, Songea, kwa sababu pale uzalishaji ambao ni mkubwa, lakini pia mapumba yale ya mchele yanapatikana kwa wingi sana. Kwa hiyo it's a time now so to link us with the people who can support us in order to implement that kind of project which is environmental friendly, na pia tumeona ina uwezo wa kuajiri vijana wengi wa kuweza kuinuka kiuchumi. Asante.
Asante sana. So matokeo machache ya Mentimeter yetu. Swali la kwanza. Have you heard about the green economy? If yes, what do you think is the role of young people? 26 responses to I understand the opportunities and I am actively engaged. Tuwapigie makofi. Swali la pili, Diana, tuna kazi ya kufanya. 74% says, I know the opportunities, but I don't know where to start. Wanne, hawa kazi kubwa zaidi, wamesema no, I don't think young people have any role. Climate change is a threat to the future. So if you're young and you think you don't have a role, where will you live? Swali la pili. Have you heard about the blue economy? If yes, what do you think is the role of young people? 20. Yes, and actively engaged. Tuwapigie makofi tena. Diana, kazi kubwa zaidi kwetu hapa. 82 wanasema, I know the opportunities, but I don't know where to start. 7 wanasema, no, it's the UN's and government business. Colleagues wa UN, Nancy, na watu kutoka serikalini. Why did we have these two questions? Kwa sababu mpango wa maendeleo wa miaka 5 wa taifa una zoom in kwenye masuala ya blue economy, both mainland and in Zanzibar. Kwa hiyo hizi ni opportunities za kualign na mipango ya taifa ya maendeleo. The green economy ni kitu ambacho is a global phenomenon. Kwa hiyo dunia nzima inaongelea masuala ya green entrepreneurship. Kwa mjadala zaidi, kwa kufahamu hizo opportunities zaidi, especially wale waliosema no, they understand the opportunities but they don't know where to start. Day 3, there's going to be a dedicated session on opportunities for young people in green and blue economy. So make sure you join. Itakuwa virtual. Make sure you join. Tuna organize pamoja na Enovex na DOT. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana kwa 74 na 82. Na wale 7 na 4 tunawataka zaidi ya group lolote. Wale ambao hawaoni umuhimu wao. Last words, kwa sababu watu wasije wakatumeza sisi badala ya kwenda kula lunch. Nawapa dakika moja panels wangu.
Sekunde 30.
But we have 2 minutes. Sawa. Sekunde 30. Mtu wanawachaje vijana wenzetu na maneno ya kuwapa moyo?
Asante. Kwanza ningependa kuambia vijana wenzangu kwamba kila mmoja ana uwezo wa kufanya kitu chochote. Na kwa opportunity ambayo nimeiona, sasa hivi nchi zilizoendelea zinafanya teknolojia kutumia magari ya umeme. Na sisi Tanzania tutaileta hiyo kwa sababu ndiko tunakoelekea. Lakini nimeshaangalia challenge kubwa kule ni kwenye battery. Kwa kitu cha muhimu, kwa mfano Waga, tumeinvest kuweza kuelewa teknolojia ya battery inafanyaje kazi. Na sasa hivi tumeanza kutesti kwenye pikipiki za watu ambao wanatumia battery za kawaida, tunawatengenezea battery pack wanazitumia ili tuelewe kwamba siku magari yatakapokuja battery zake tunaweza kuzidesign vipi. Kwa sisi kama vijana pia kila mtu wa focus kwenye kitu anachoweza kukinvest, lakini pia watu ambao wanaweza kutusupport pia wanaweza kutupeleka zaidi. Asante.
Asante. Mimi ushauri wangu kwa vijana wenzangu asasa waliofollow kwenye group la 75% kwamba wanafahamu opportunity but they don't know how to start. You can start where you are, what you have. Since you have energy, you are still young, you can do it. Sisi wenyewe tulianza tulikuwa hatujui lakini tulitafuta a way. Kama hivi unakutana na watu, unaweza uka network, ukauliza ulianzaje, ukajifunza zaidi. Lakini kinachohitajika zaidi ni uthubutu na passion, consistency, kwa sababu safari ya hivi vitu sio rahisi. Yani a lot is not always smooth. You get a lot of distraction, watu watakukatisha tamaa, lakini kinachohitaji ni wewe utakavyoweka hiyo wazo lako, consistency na kuliamini. Pia opportunities zipo nyingi sana kwenye waste management, lakini ukilink up with technologies, kuna mashine zinatumia robots, sisi bado Tanzania hatujafikia. Kwa hiyo tunaweza ukawa wewe ndio wa kwanza kuleta teknolojia hizo za waste management. Mimi naweza nikawa wa kwanza, tuka move forward and we can make together the world a better place.
Mimi nataka nifunge kwa one of the, sema ni kama statement ambayo kila mtu atakuwa anaikumbuka. Kwa sababu kila mtu alikuja duniani kwa siku yake na saa yake. I believe that everyone has a purpose. So utakavyotoka wakati unaenda kula lunch, ukienda kulala, ukifanya nini, remember that you are an answer to this world. You are an answer. Tumekuwa tunasikia statement nyingi, people say kwamba it begins with me, it begins with you. But when you remember that you are an answer, you start telling yourself kwamba yes I am. You start telling yourself kwamba the problems that are here in my society are going to be answered by me. So you look for knowledge for the challenges that are facing you. Utajituma, utasema yes I have knowledge, then nitasonga mbele, I'll move forward and I'll make it, na kutafuta solutions za climate action kwa ajili ya sisi na kwa ajili ya generations zetu zinazokuja. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Very wise words. Mimi ningependa kufunga kwa kusema what we do. So at UNA Tanzania we have a mini program that is called Mazingira Yetu Kesho Yetu, and the main purpose is to inspire young people to get into designing solutions for climate change, climate resilience. So what we do, we have dialogues around universities. We have an essay competition that is coming up, but something that most of you will be excited about. We have a hackathon, ideathon that is coming up this September, and we want climate solutions, context-based for Tanzania or anywhere in the world, but we want young people to design these solutions. So that is coming up. Look out, we'll be partnering with DOT and other partners here. So watch out this September. Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Tupigie makofi.
Makofi tena tafadhali. Reynold Maeda and your panelists, this was a very nice, fruitful discussion. Mimi binafsi nimejifunza vitu vingi sana, na kati ya kitu ambacho ningependa tukibebe wakati tunaondoka ni kwamba, ama wakati tunaenda kula lunch, ni kama alivyosema mwanadada, you are an answer to this world. As a young person, there is an answer in you. There is a solution to problems that you have, and you can do something about it. Nimependa pia kwenye wale ambao waliokuwa wanajiuliza 75% kama mwanadada alivyotuambia, wanajiuliza waanzie wapi, anasema start where you are. It begins right here, right now, today. When you leave, this is where you start. So tutakaporudi tutazungumza zaidi about embracing ICT on the 21st century education. Are we there yet? That is what we'll be discussing. But as for now, ni time kwa ajili ya chakula cha mchana. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuambia meza kuu muanze safari kuelekea kule pamoja na meza hiyo hapo tafadhali. Naomba mpitie mlango ule pale kwa ajili ya kupata chakula cha mchana. Baada ya hapo tutarudi, na nadhani mjadala ndio utapamba moto zaidi, kwa sababu tunazungumzia embracing ICT kwenye 21st century education. Je, tumefika au bado? This is what we'll be talking about. Hii inaitwa Tanzania Youth Digital Summit. Thank you so much for coming. Tuendelee kuwa pamoja leo. Naomba meza kuu muanze kuelekea kule, alafu wengine nitawapa maelekezo zaidi kuhusiana na kwenda kupata chakula cha mchana. Of course, kwa wale ambao wako nyumbani, mnaweza kuambia waendelee kutufuatilia kupitia Facebook ya TYDS ama kupitia Zoom ambapo tunapatikana live. Tumeni nanyi pia maoni yenu, nitahakikisha tunayasoma hapa. So baada ya zoezi hilo, naomba niwaeleze kwamba lunch inapatikana, na mkitoka hapo nje mtakutana na facilitators ambao watatusaidia kwa ajili ya kupanda juu kuelekea kwenye eneo ambalo chakula kinapatikana. Kwa hiyo tafadhali, let us go and have a meal together. Muda huu wakati tunakula, tutafute nafasi ya kunetwork, kufahamiana zaidi, kujua namna tunaweza kuungana kuleta mabadiliko ambayo tumekuwa tukiyaongelea leo kwenye Digital Summit. Asanteni. Lunch is for a few minutes. So nategemea baada ya muda kidogo tutawapa taarifa ili tuweze kurudi kwa ajili ya kuendelea. Hello, hello. We're almost back. Tunakaribia kurudi kwa ajili ya kumaliza na sehemu ya mwisho ya siku ya leo. So please, kama una ndugu yako, rafiki yako ambaye yuko nje bado, pigia simu, mwambie arudi ndani because we're about to get started right now. Na tafadhali kwa nyinyi ambao mmekaa nyuma, mkesogea mbele kidogo ili tukae kwa ukaribu. Kama unajiona umekaa siti za nyuma, kuna siti mbele, kuna nafasi kibao. Please sogeeni mbele ili tukae kwa ukaribu zaidi. Okay? Ehe. Kule sogeeni mbele kidogo. Yes. Kama una mtu, rafiki, ndugu ambaye yuko nje, mwenzako, mpigie simu, mjulishe kwamba tunaanza tena sasa hivi ili waweze kurudi ndani tuanze. Na kama uko nyuma, sogeeni mbele tafadhali, tuwe karibu zaidi. Please sogeeni mbele, tuwe karibu zaidi. Aha. Alright. Sasa tunakaribia kuanza dialogue ya tatu ya siku ya leo. We're about to start our third dialogue for today. Please kindly take your seats. Yeah. And I'd like to call on stage. On this part, it is going to be about ICT for education. And we're going to speak about embracing ICT and 21st century education. We're going to discuss about whether we're there yet and what to do to be there. So I'd like to call on stage Given Edward, who is the facilitator for this dialogue. Given Edward, please come on stage to facilitate this third dialogue that's on about embracing ICT and the 21st century education. Are we there yet? Makofi tafadhali kwa Given.
Hey everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We're all just from meeting, so we can be a little bit more suggestive about that. Good afternoon, everyone. Perfect. My name is Given Edward. I'm from Mtabe Innovations. We are an EdTech startup working to help students access teachers and personalized learning. Now, the conversation that we're going to have today is a crucial one. And as the person before me spoke, we're going to discuss about embracing ICT in the 21st century. I think it's a conversation that is much needed to be had because I expect in this panel we're going to unpack what does that mean, as well as what does that mean in our context. Mostly because the question of education is as old as time itself. From way before Christ with the Yao and the Shun in China, all the way to the Middle Age. You can zoom back into Nyerere and self-reliance. And to date, it's a question that people have always tried to answer over and over again. The importance of education has never been in doubt. We all agree that. It's one of those topics you can never go wrong about. But the question that's always being discussed is, what does it mean to be educated? And what kind of education is it that is required and for what purpose? Now, if this conversation was to be had about 1,000 years ago, we'd be speaking about education in the Stone Age. But then since we are having it today, we're speaking about education and ICT. And for that, we have an amazing panel that have also been trying to answer this question successfully for most parts. And we're going to discuss with them how we can move forward better and how we can collectively chip into them. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome the speakers. First off, we have Faraja Yalando. If we can all clap for her as she comes forward. They're going to introduce themselves in a bit, so I'm just going to call all of them forward. Then we have Henry Collier. Welcome. Yes, we can do more with the clapping, yeah? Perfect. Hey, there you go. And then we have Nancy Angulo. Nancy, you're welcome. You're going to have to clap until I say stop, yeah? Perfect. There you go. And lastly, we have Jamie Proctor. Welcome, Jamie. Perfect. I think we have all the mics. Yeah. Great. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to have this conversation. We're going to go through a few questions. And then after that, once we have reached a certain point, we're going to open it up to the audience. And then we're going to listen some more about what questions do you have or any input that you have towards what we have just discussed. So let's start the conversation.
Great. So thank you a lot to the panelists for making time. I know you are all really, really busy. I say this because I know all of you personally. So thank you for making time to discuss with us in regards to ICT in education. I think one of the things that I appreciate the most as far as education and ICT is concerned, especially for Tanzania, is that it takes a lot of dedication, but also commitment and belief in it for you to do it in Tanzania, mostly because of the challenges that exist here that are unique to other markets. And I say this having worked in the space and knowing the works that you guys do. And so I personally really appreciate the efforts that you guys put in. And I feel like everybody should clap for that. Thank you. Like I said, the question of education, I think it's a question that is as old as time itself. Most people have tried answering it, and a lot of people after us are still going to try to answer it. Why it's important, what aspects of it is important, what challenges are we facing that needs to be addressed, what is urgent and what is important and all that. But before we dive into that, I'd like to take a minute to welcome each of you to introduce yourself so that we can all get familiar. So I'll start with Henry.
Thank you, Given, and good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gents. My name is Henry Collier. I'm an independent education consultant, mostly working with development partners to support the government of Tanzania with education developments, reforms, improvements, analysis, etc. So that's my main role, and very happy to be here this afternoon to share with you and learn from you as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mambo. Jamani, imesema Tanzania Youth Digital nasema kwa sauti ya chini Summit. Kuna neno youth hapo katikati. Mambo vipi? Au ndo youth kweli? Mambo. Much better. So I'll do a different one. Nataka just the ladies. Mambo vipi, ladies? Yeah. See? We were talking with Henry how women are just getting more and more powerful, and he's feeling very intimidated. It's really nice to be here with you all. I am Faraja Kota Nyalandu, founder and CEO for Shule Direct. We work on improving educational outcomes for students and teachers through creating educational content and providing digital platforms for access and user experiences. We work in primary and secondary schools, but I also serve as a chairperson for the Tanzania Education Network, Mtandao wa Elimu Tanzania, TANMET, and I'm happy to be here and share this discussion with you all. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I should also do like a Faraja Mambo. My name is Nancy Angulo. I lead the communication and information sector at the UN agency responsible for education, culture, and science. Does anyone know what that is in which agency that is? No? Really, guys? Well, it's UNESCO. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it, and I'm happy to answer as many questions as I can while I'm here. But in one line, basically, my work through UNESCO is support the government through the UN framework to build knowledge societies and to, work with them through this digital transformation that we all envision. So asanteni, thank you for having me here.
Mambo. Yeah, that was the first time I've done that. That was quite fun. Hi everyone, it's good to be here. My name is Jamie Proctor. I work for an organisation called the EdTech Hub, Education Technology Hub, which is a global initiative giving decision makers evidence about the use of digital data and technology in education. And yeah, thrilled to be here today.
Great. Thank you all for that, and thank you for joining in into bringing out the youthfulness of the room. I'd like us to start by exploring what we mean when we speak about ICT in education and the context that we are working in. I say the context that we are working in because I believe in the different lines of work that we are at, there's an aspect of it in ICT and education that just is different from ICT and education in general, right? Henry, you work as a consultant, and I believe you work a bit closely with the government in that matter. How is that like, especially the conversation around education? How is the perspective of what is needed and what is missing?
Thank you. I think if you take that contextually from the initial meaning of these three magic letters that we take for granted sometimes, ICT, information communication technology, I think you have different perspectives. I think there's that notion of computers. When people hear ICT, you think immediately laptops, computers, to an extent tablets, and what have you, gadgets basically. But fundamentally, certainly from a government point of view, and this is still a journey, there's a lot of work in progress, but it's still a journey. You have to dissect each and every one of those letters. So in terms of the information and how you manage information, data, how do you use that to inform planning? I think we are now in that space where there's a lot more understanding than where we've been before. And there's a lot of push into obtaining data, verifying data, validating data, having that data to be available, certainly at the school level. And I think that is where, and this is the right thing, way before we think about having the gadgets, way before we think about having the technology, we need to have the information. Who are we? What do we have about our students? What do we have in terms of teachers? What do we have in terms of content? And how do we effectively share that anytime, anywhere? And I think once you get that right, then it segues into how do you make that data available? And then you start to get into infrastructures, you start to get into equipment, and on it flows. You start to appreciate that we're in the fourth industrial revolution, that things can be done without physical hardware. You start to think about the whole world of the cloud, etc. So in many respects, it is a journey. The understanding from the government perspective and those who are supporting government, whether it be independents, or whether it be the CSO, or whether it be the development partners, there's joined up thinking in making that a bit better than what it's been before. So we're moving away from paper, and I know the Honourable Deputy Minister was talking about this in his opening speech this morning, that he's still seeing a lot of papers around this room, but he was metaphorically saying we still are in that world and that space where we're quick to, I did that, just before I left my table, I thought I need to take my pen and paper, and I arrived here only to see even more pen and paper. So it's a journey, but we're all determined to get better with that. So that's the way I perceive and I see ICT. It's about evolving, the evolvement from where it was and where it needs to go.
I like how you spoke about pen and paper, because it reminded me of something that my team and I were trying to do last month. We were trying to help tuition centers reach more people in their teaching. And so we went around different areas, including Mwenge, which is like popular for tuition centers. Then once we entered there, we're all set up to help them digitize. But just the look around the room, it just shattered everything. It's a room where even if you are trying to create digital content for them, where do you even plug a laptop? Where do these people sit? And that changed our thinking into what you're saying. It's about information and data. And we talked to the teachers, and the teachers said it's pretty tough for them to digitize as far as like video content is concerned, because one is the financial modeling around it, but then also it's about reaching people and ensuring that their work doesn't leak. There's nothing there. So that was pretty insightful. But I also liked when you spoke about different institutions working together to put that together. And I think Faraja, you're in a perfect place to share with us on that, since you're with TENMET. And I was thinking how that transition must have been like, having worked in EdTech, and then you started working with DOT, and you're working with all these organizations. Was it anything like the experience I just shared, walking into distribution centers with these ideas, and then you have a network, then it sort of just changes how you think about it?
Thank you, Given. I think you're so right in the sense that when you look at technology, technology is still very novel. It's a novel idea in our communities. But I think the biggest misconception about technology or ICT in general is the fact that we think ICT is an end in itself. But ICT in education, it's just a means to an end. It's a teaching pedagogy. It can be a methodology. ICT on its own, it's just a vessel to get us to what we intend to achieve with quality education and access for all when it comes to education here in Tanzania. And I think the biggest thing when you look at our approaches, we want to replace teaching. We want to replace learning practices. We want to replace the social aspect of a learning environment to actually bring in ICT, whether it's bringing in the video tutorials or whether it's bringing in digital notes or whether it's bringing in digital quizzes. But the way we've always looked at ICT is the fact that it's here to support a teacher to be able to, first of all, improve their own teaching capacity, whether it's getting access to teaching resources, whether it's being supported to create their lesson plans or their teaching guides or their schemes of work, but it's also here to support a teacher to be able to understand their students better. An experience which could be very hard to do if you're in a physical classroom. So imagine that you have a student who is accessing a digital platform. You can have like 1,000 students, but it will be really hard. Try to imagine the same situation, trying to understand 1,000 students in a room. But when you look at data, you can easily analyze 1,000 students' data and be able to understand the students' patterns, their behaviors, their experiences, and what they want to learn and how they wish to learn. And so when you look at ICT, you look at ICT as a mechanism where it can actually be effective in so many ways. So that's on the side of teaching. But also when you consider ICT on the side of students, you don't want to replace the discussions that you saw at Mwenge. You need those discussions because that's when you really share all these 21st century skills. You can learn to be empathetic by actually engaging with other human beings. You can learn how to communicate better by actually conversing and exchanging ideas with other people. And so you do need those social aspects of education, of learning, but at the same time, you have all these resources which cannot be fit into a counter book, which cannot be compressed into 3 pages of PDFs. You need the interactivity of technology, of digital platforms that can ensure this subject matter, first of all, is accessible, but it's also tailor-made. The user experience is very different. Like if I'm accessing a digital platform, it will be very different between Henry and I. Probably Henry will be doing mathematics and other things which are very tough, and I'll be going for the story, literature, and novels. And so you see, every experience is unique, and ICT can provide that unique experience. But it's more important when you're considering students with special needs. I'm sure the students we saw at Mwenge were all perhaps physically able, but also they may know or they may not know of their learning differences and learning disabilities. And ICT can actually be very instrumental in supporting students with special needs. In Tanzania now, we have the National Strategy for Inclusive Education, which has just been revised and launched. And so you really want to reach every child out there, regardless of their learning abilities, regardless of their physical abilities. And what I really want to emphasize on is ICT is not a conclusion on ICT is a means to an end and not an end by itself.
Great, thank you very much for that insight, especially how you emphasize that ICT itself cannot be a goal. The goal isn't to have digital X, or it has to achieve a certain purpose, because even if you look at other sectors outside education, there is no sector that exists on its own in ICT. You realize that ICT always ties itself to something for it to be meaningful. You look at commerce, you see e-commerce, right? It's ICT and tech, but with commerce. You look at edtech, it's education. That is the key thing. And then the technology comes afterwards. You look at agri-tech, it's agriculture. So anybody, this is something I usually try to push forward a lot. Anybody who is in any discipline can apply tech. Like Faraja said, it's a tool, can apply tech, because tech isn't the core product of what you do. It is what you are trying to push forward, right? Nancy, you work with different kinds of stakeholders, and both previous speakers have spoken about how it is important to bring together different players in order to understand the needs and work together towards achieving those needs. What would you say are some of the insights that stood out for you working with all the different stakeholders in ICT and education?
I'm not sure if you can hear. Okay, thank you, Given. It's an interesting question because first you need to understand what those needs are. And in terms of UNESCO support and generally UNESCO support, it's more leaning towards two main areas. First is ensuring a skilled workforce as entrepreneurs, as public servants, as children, as parents. So it's a skilled workforce, regardless of where it is that you're placed, whether you're at a university, whether you're just graduated. So it's creating that skilled force. And next is ensuring, even if you do have those skills, you're able to move with those skills. So social mobility. It's one thing to have the skills that you have in Tanzania, but if I put you in the middle of, Amsterdam, it's a different, context, different everything, but will you still thrive the way you would in Tanzania? So the two main areas that we're working on, in terms of the need, I keep turning it off. Yeah. So in terms of the need, first is having the skilled workforce, and next having, being able to be thrown anywhere in the world, Brazil, Spain, Barbados, wherever you want to go, and you'll still thrive with the same skills that you have as a Tanzanian in Tanzania. So it's one thing getting the skills that you have, going to school and learning, but being able to use it and apply that knowledge wherever it is that you're taken. So the work that we're doing as the UNESCO support to member states basically is helping to build this new skill set, in whichever form it may be, because that may be a discussion for another day. But the new skill set, ensuring reach. The COVID pandemic really, opened our eyes to the digital divide, literally. Digital divide, between urban and rural, but digital divide even in urban, where you had some children in the same class being able to sit on a laptop or iPad for like 24 hours, and another barely even knowing how they can access or even see what the teacher is putting out there, because they don't have that equipment, they don't have the internet or that access. So ensuring that reach, the teacher training, but not just training of the teachers, but the people who give the instruction. It's building their capacities that they're able to deliver in a way that makes sense and in a way that is sustainable and in a way that's profitable also. And also minimizing the cost of this delivery. Because you're going to say, you're not going to put laptops. Usually I get proposals on my table, like, yeah, I have a great idea. What's your idea? It's innovative. Okay, great. We're going to put computers in, 532 schools across the country. Okay, that's a good idea, but yeah, maybe you might have better ways of doing it. So ensuring that your interventions are cost effective, sustainable, and make sense. Maybe you can have one portal that those 500 schools can access. You save money, but you're doing the same thing. So yeah, basically that. So it's ensuring that we have an enabling policy, policy framework in terms of the data. Like we'll hear a lot about just now, implementation, ensuring that our implementation is effective, and also reporting, which is one of we need to do better. Yeah, because we do so much. Like just this morning, I've heard so much from the young people who sat up here, but who knows about it? Like no one really. And it's such a shame because you should be out there. So many, Kenya, Uganda, you go there and you're seeing people, with the smallest projects. I've heard big projects here young people are doing, but no one hears about it because we don't report. Yeah, so building the human capacity and the ICT infrastructure and connectivity. So the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN stands for support all this across the board in terms of innovation, ensuring the gender equality through the processes and the government structures as well. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for that elaborate explanation. I liked how you turned to Jamie when you were speaking about data, because that's exactly what I wanted to ask him about. I understand your work is mostly in providing evidence to people working in education so that they can make better decisions. How's that process like as far as ICT education is concerned? Because we have basically everybody in this room is pretty much interested in education and technology. Why do you think that is crucial about ICT education?
Good question. So to immediately answer the question of how is it providing evidence, it's hard. It's really hard. Often because it's a very political issue. So, I work kind of across the region and in lots of different countries, and it's very often a political pledge to do something that actually last month met the person that came up with the Kenyan pledge to put a tablet for every child. And he said it was during the election, not this election, the election before last, and they were trying to find a message that would land. And he described as smoky room with the election team, they said, let's give every student a tablet.
Do you think that is smart?
Well, it's been a complete failure in that it's not driven any learning. It's not, lots of the tablets haven't been used. Even the government, do we have anybody from Kenya here? Do we have any from the Kenyan government here? No, I think even it's the lack of use of the hardware has been it's well documented in World Bank reports, for example. When I ran a review on it, I think it was 35% of the tablets have been used. And the reasons for that, this is why it's difficult, it's hard, is that it's not an easy problem to solve. And there, they had lots of different issues, but one of them was that head teachers were responsible for the tablets and had to pay for them if they broke. And so it meant that head teachers locked them up and kept their budget. And those kind of things, it's really difficult. And I think that's why it's so important to take what Raja said, that ICT is a means, it's not an end. It's the means, it's not the outcome. The outcome, at least from the EdTech Hub perspective, is learning. It's got to be learning. And if you're not focusing on learning, then it isn't going to work. And in terms of how we look at that, we look at to see what is going to be the most cost effective. So if you've got $100, how much learning are you going to get out of it with a different type of EdTech intervention? There's a fantastic bit of research in southern Kenya by Ben Piper, who looked at a similar set of initiatives where they issued tablets for children, they issued tablets for teachers, second initiative, and a third initiative where they issued tablets for school quality assurers. And broadly, the three interventions were about as effective as each other. So they improved the learning the same amount. But the intervention that delivered tablets for children was 100 times more expensive than the tablets for the school quality assurers, making the cost effectiveness 100 times less. So I think in terms of when it's coming and looking at the evidence, what we've seen as cost effective are things where you're reducing costs and it can be cheaper. So targeting teachers is a big one, teacher continuous professional development, data for decision making, trying to make sure that data is collected through teachers in a really well kind of made way that can make decisions. And then also, where phones and laptops exist, now actually, we've just had a report done that was looking with the GSMA, the mobile network operator, and they reckon it was 6% of schools don't have any kind of phone connection. So it's actually quite good phone coverage. And if that exists, then online services, preferably with free internet and ways to kind of access or think about things with SMS. And then the final one I just wanted to note on is disabilities. Technology for children with disabilities is the most transformative version of EdTech that I've seen. You take a child that's not been able to engage with anything and give them access to a screen reader, and the world of the internet is transformative. I feel like I could keep talking, but I think I should probably stop now.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for those insights. I want to talk about the trends and the developments that we have seen in the past and where we are going as far as EdTech is concerned, not just for the globe, but also in Tanzania. And I'd like to start with you, since you were just speaking about the different aspects of technology and research and insights. What are some of the trends that we should look out for or think about as far as education and technology is concerned?
Great. So, we know a lot. We know a lot about what doesn't work. So there's a great paper out there called The Smart Buys in Education that was World Bank and somebody else that goes and does the hard work and talks about things that don't work. So firstly, to look at those things and think, if my thing is like that, what else do I need to make it work? Doing those things by themselves are going to work. And that includes connectivity without anything else. If you connect schools, don't pay for the internet, then you get schools that are connected to the internet that can't access the internet. We've seen it in lots of different places. And then on top of that, once you provide the connectivity or you provide the tablet by itself, if you've got nothing to access or use, it's a wasted investment. And there's literally so many randomized control trials where they've looked at this and looked at zero learning happening. In Peru, $200 million spent on one laptop per child, zero learning outcomes increases. So yes, so I would say look at what doesn't work, and then the way to take forward things that you know could work are to make sure that the people delivering the intervention is a multidisciplinary team that delivers things in, so that means that you need to have all the different types of people in that team. A policy person, a tech person, somebody worrying about users and user research, and that team can deliver iteratively, so it doesn't try and build everything and do it at the same time, because everybody gets things wrong with digital, and it's about finding your way through, and to do all of that with a focus on who your end user is. The amount of products that I see where they don't even know who their end user is or primary end user, and they say it's for everybody, But yeah, that's what I would say is the three things is to look at what doesn't work, have a look at the evidence around what does work, and then make sure you use good digital approaches at working in a high-risk environment to make sure that you can deliver change.
Okay, thank you a lot for that, Jamie. Nancy, what do you think?
I tend to agree. Like like we also said, we were talking about this actually earlier. We are so used to talking about the problems. Every report that comes, I don't have capital, there's no finance, like it's the same thing. Okay, so we already know what doesn't work. Okay, we have an idea of what's working. Yeah, we have like situations like COVID. People really adapted quickly. You have children out of school. Tanzania Institute for Education were on YouTube. Like who would have thought like a government, like quickly YouTube, community radios where, there were classes on through community radios. Like we saw the innovation actually working. So in the challenges, let's start now building on the opportunities. But there's a few things that we need to do to sort of sustain that, leveraging on those opportunities. We need to sustain the political commitment. We saw what happened during COVID. There was a whole task force, all the ministries, ICT, everything, people were all together. And then as soon as COVID sort of disappeared, everything just disappeared with it. I'm not saying there's no political commitment, it's there, but if you could see how good it was then why did we just sort of keep that momentum? So let's keep up the political commitment. We need to mobilize enough funds, which is what we're always doing, but also make sure that we use it as well as possible. We've talked about cost effectiveness, coming up with ideas that actually, balance the resources and our needs, and we can do that. Data. We have reports clearly. If we work on issues of GBV online and all that, we're working on a survey. Now we're just going into the census. Our surveys are as old as 2012. Like imagine the people who were beaten over 10 years ago. I'm not sure the perspectives will be the same. The people facing that problem now will be facing it in such different ways from the person who faced it over 10 years ago. We need the research, the data to keep updating our policies and programs so that it's relevant, it's timely, and it makes sense. You can't come with an intervention that I would have, 15 years ago, while that person would now be, not my mom, but someone much older. And I start applying it to my daughter or someone much younger. They'll look at me and be like, what are you talking about, So there's a disconnect, and research and data needs to sort of give us that connection. Cross-sectional collaboration. We have a way, and I work mostly with media, ICT and all, but everyone sort of works in silos, even education. Again, during the COVID pandemic, we saw media coming in and, stepping up, national media, community radios, everything, but they were working for education, they were supporting education and health and all that. So we can't work alone. And whatever it is that we do, even in education, we need to, ensure that everybody's on board and that we're doing things correctly together. Yeah, so those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Nancy.
Yes, so as I said earlier about ICT being a means, it's also the same way when you look at the application of ICT in education. I think the mistake that we do, which I've also made, one of the things that I had to learn very quickly when we started Shule Direct was the fact that we cannot exist as an EdTech organization. We have to exist, first of all, as an education organization that is using technology to achieve the learning outcomes. So what does that mean? It means that when you have to influence change, it starts with the frameworks that you can actually use to influence that change. So what does the policies, what do the policies say? What does the policy on ICT in education say? What does the education policy say? What does the Education Act say? And I would like to commend Henry and his team. They were working on the Education Sector Development Plan. And for the first time, we have Science, Technology, and Innovation, STI, as a key subsector in education here in Tanzania. And I think it's amazing because they have paid respect and understood the value of technology, but also innovative teaching practices that can apply to improve educational outcomes. Yeah, you are clapping. Please go ahead and clap. And I think it's those small steps. It's what Jamie was saying about the political will, about the national frameworks that can allow the rest of us to exist. So if you do have the political will, if you have, and again, governments work on these chains, they work on these frameworks. So you cannot just hope that teachers will adopt ICT in education or they will adopt EdTech in schools if there is no framework that dictates them to adopt EdTech in schools. So the frameworks, the national frameworks are extremely important. The second thing which I think is very important is understanding who has to do what. And so looking at the grand picture, we have people who have to provide connectivity. So you can look at telecoms, you can look at internet service providers. That is one component. We need to have devices. So who is providing devices? We need to have educational content. Who is providing this educational content? We need to have digital platforms. Who is providing these digital platforms? We need to look at capacity building for the teachers who we expect them to actually use these skills. We want to have such discussions so communication experts who can actually demystify that technology cannot assist education, cannot help educational outcomes. And so you have several components that can actually make ICT in education work in any context. The problem is, it's what Nancy was saying, all these people are not talking to each other. So you have telecoms not talking to Ntabe, given, right? You have Tanzania Institute of Education not working with educational startups or CSOs. You have national frameworks not informed of what is happening in the community, that you have a whole movement of young people wanting to develop solutions and applications to improve educational outcomes. There's that mismatch. And so it cannot, there's no change. There is no trend that we can see unless all these stakeholders learn to work together. And then of course, when you look at technology with trends, we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about, now we have augmented reality, we have virtual reality. All these are technology-based trends. But then in our context, in Tanzania and in most parts of Africa, learning happens in schools. How many people used to learn at home when they were growing up? Really none? You guys are not learning at home? Learning, like revising and like learning, no? Yani hamna vipanga humo ndani. Bwana nasikitika jamani. Amefikaje hapo? Humo Julius Nyerere amefikaje? Okay, what I'm trying to say is the school is still at the heart of education in Africa. We can have all these online platforms, but if EdTech, if ICT is not integrated at the school level, ndio tunachukua maji, tunatia kwenye bahari. So we can have all these online learning platforms, but we'll be so ahead of what is happening in our context. So the best trend is to actually have online learning platforms that can exist online, in the online space, but that can also create programs, interventions that can work directly in schools. At the end of the day, what we saw with COVID, when schools closed, parents had no idea because all along they were not involved in their children's academic journey and academic development. So they were caught off guard. But because learning doesn't happen at home, that's the problem. EdTech or not, learning happens in school. So we really have to, we'll get to online learning, but in the meantime, we are leaving so many people behind who can actually benefit from ICT in education in schools. So we need to have interventions that can support the integration of ICT in education directly in schools.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that insight. Yeah, I think we can clap some more, yeah? Perfect. Thank you. Henry, I want you to answer the same, but while you're doing that, I also want you to think about there's something that all the speakers have spoken about, which is different institutions working together to make it work. The government being the key stakeholder, I want you to also answer how you think the government can facilitate ICT in education and make it work. And then we can hear from everybody else on the same question.
Thank you. So I think I feel very privileged when I got back and I was put in a team to do the education sector analysis, looking at what happened in education in Tanzania since 2016 to 2021. And it was dark. You know, some of the facts that come out was you actually dissect the entire country. This is a huge country. I think sometimes we forget. This is a million square kilometers. This is huge. You know, some of the issues and some of the challenges that we have are really deep rooted. And I must say, you know, and I spoke to, and I've been around so many diasporans who were quick to point a finger and say, that's just not good enough. What is happening in Tanzania is not good enough. But I can remember making my own decision at one point and thinking, I will stop pointing a finger and I'll come in. And when I got into that team and working with others and just unpicking some of the deep-rooted challenges that we have in remote areas of Tanzania, I had sympathy for the government. I just went the other way totally, and I thought, they're not stupid. It's quite deep. And you know, and I'm going to connect this why ICT is certainly going to be not the only way out, but it's certainly going to give the massive impetus, as Faraja has rightfully pointed out, being the means to an end. Now, some of the issues that we face in education, in a nutshell, it's not rocket science. We haven't got enough teachers. That doesn't mean we haven't got enough teachers in terms of numbers. It could mean the deployment. If every teacher wants to work in Dar es Salaam and Arusha and Moshi, suddenly you're going to struggle in Njombe and Kigoma. So that is an issue. But it's not the number of teachers. We actually have 100,000 teachers who are not employed in education. So we do have qualified teachers who are not teaching. So that is a complex problem. It's not a simple problem anymore. We have issues with books. We have issues in terms of how many schools are connected to the national grid. So you dissect the whole entire thing and suddenly you have a mammoth of a problem that you need to solve. Now, people talk ICT, and this is where I started from. You know, we can talk EdTech all we want, but there's a lot of trepidation and fear in ICT because of the three magic A's. We worry about the accessibility, that you might have it, but it's not accessible to all. We worry about availability because you haven't got the content even when you have the devices. And most importantly, we always worry about affordability because it's cash. So it cripples you in many ways. You know, as a government, where do you go from here? It's easy to brush things under the carpet. It's easy to hide away, you know, bury your head in the sun because you haven't got ways to move. Now, where there is hope is, and as my fellow speakers have already alluded to this, is this issue of silos, is this issue of partnership. And where there is hope now, because once we came out of that dark, you know, sort of education sector analysis, ESSA, and went into this space where you're trying to create solutions, we very quickly embraced PPP. So the whole thing around public-private partnership, the involvement of everyone, whether it be a startup, whether it's CSO, an NGO, development partners, everyone coming in together, there is a bit of hope. And the whole entire, if you read that document, the ESDP is now out. It was endorsed in April, and then, you know, the final version was submitted in the 1st of June. If you read that, and the STI, and thank you, Faraja, for reminding me of that. The reason why we made that decision to make STI, so science, technology, and innovation, into a subsector, so we can make plans and programs around it, was such that it can never be something that sits aside. It's embedded, it's in within the plannings that we have in education, and every education stakeholder has a part to play. Now, there is hope. There is hope because if we pull together, and I think you've heard Jamie citing examples of, let's just give everyone a laptop. I was part of that team in, I think it was 2001 in England, and we did that. Laptop for Students scheme, LPS. And it was dog's dinner. It was a mess, shambolic. And I was a principal, dishing these things out. We had a criteria. Children who are, it's means tested. If you're coming from, economic deprivation, we'll give you a laptop, but we're not giving that person a laptop. But how do you define economic deprivation? How do you decide who gets a laptop, who doesn't? It's easier on paper, but the practice, the practicalities of it, the logistics of it is a nightmare. And this is why I go right back. It's about controlling the controllables. If we can control the information, if we can use it to plan carefully, we have a chance. If we can empower those who are at the front line, our teachers, into being able to instill those values which are innovative, pushing those 4 C's, the communication, creativity, collaboration. Those are the areas where you're going to start to touch on ICT in a holistic way and not in a forced way, that you have a gadget and all the answers are there. Metacognition, just getting young people to understand how to research and learn. Learning to learn, that is so powerful before I give you a tool so you can have those skills. So there's a lot of skills issues around ICT, etc. So to sum it all up, I think, again, it's about how do we have joined up thinking where everyone is pulling together. How can we move from thinking about Mtabe as a platform, Shule Direct as a platform, but are they talking to each other? How do they link to Smart Class? How do they link to what TAI is trying to put together? And I know, Jamie, EdTech is researching with TAI to try and, rationalize the need for ICT. But how is this going to come together so a young Tanzanian starting their journey of fee-free basic education, as we call it, would not be so confused about where do I go? Where do I find this information? And I think that's the challenge we have at the moment. And there's no immediate answers to that. I know we have the Director General of ICT Commission, and over lunch, this was a conversation. I'm thinking you must be the bridge. If there's COSTECH over there, there's Ministry of ICT over here. There is all of us and everyone and their dogs are there trying to push in. Who is the one who sits in between, almost like a regulator, to say, here's where we need to go. Here's the EdTech strategy, and here's where we need to go as a nation. Because if you haven't got that, then it goes right back into everyone saying, I'm the one who's right and you're the one who's wrong. And we know who fails at that. We all do. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot for that, Henry. But I give everybody just a minute to also answer that question. How do you think we can work together? Although I feel like Henry has emptied all of us with information on that. But we can all just take a minute to answer that. That would be really good.
Yeah. Maybe I can go first because I feel like it's nice to have people disagree on a panel a little bit, isn't it? I don't know. The thing that I find with the collaboration is it feels like you're trying to bring the whole world 3 times over with you on a journey, and actually maybe making it more complicated than it needs to be. I don't know. I'm disagreeing. So
I know you're not trying to say it's better to work in silence.
no, but at the end of all of the collaboration and different things, the things that really work are the things that have a team of people that are linked to lots of different places, that are dedicated, that build things and respond to feedback and know who their users are. And that's where we need to get to, with a coordinated set of product teams and service teams, be that inside government or outside government, that work together. And that doesn't mean having hundreds of people working on each particular product and service, which is often that complexity and bringing how everything links together seems to be the biggest kind of thing that's blocking different areas.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you are thinking more around collaboration in terms of frameworks and processes rather than the one umbrella.
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure. I just thought I'd also try and disagree. And I also want to say that there are lots of great bits of government that are doing this. including Thai, Nectar, Plural. There's some great services out there.
Thank you.
And MOEST with their new ICT and education strategy, which is great when it comes out.
Perfect.
Thank you, Jamie. I don't want to disagree, like Jamie said, but we're not talking about an umbrella like creating a task force for everything. Like having these sectors all speak to each other. We've seen it work, it's happened. And like I said, COVID showed us that it's possible. We did it so quickly and so well. Like I think it all finished and we didn't even do like an evaluation to say, oh, it just sort of happened. So something like that, like, and as you're saying, at policy level, it's not picking, you know, having given in a task force for Raja, then Nancy, and then we all sit there and discuss things, but, you know, at that level, and I think it works. It proves that it works. Yeah, during COVID. Okay, well, after this. But yeah, working in silos for me, it's a big no. And it brings me to, you know, answering your question as well. It's ensuring that whatever you're bringing to Tanzania or to the country, it takes the context into consideration. I could have sat here and talked about, you know, the SDGs and whatever, like, but it has to be able to be adapted and implemented well at local level. Even when you're talking of not working in silos, it has to be adapted in a way that fits the context and the actors.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, mimi naomba niongee Kiswahili kwanza.
Yes.
Imenigusa sana. Unajua kwenye masuala ambayo ni ya maendeleo ya jamii, mshindi huwa ni jamii. Yaani hatuwezi tutaka tushindane kuuza ukwaju ule Azam. Tushindane kuuza ving'amuzi labda, tushindane kuuza hata ungaangano, ingawa nasema ungaangano ni kila kitu na inatoa mandazi, chapati na kila kitu. Kwenye masuala ambayo yanagusa na kubadilisha maisha ya watu, hatuwezi kushindana. Tufanye tunavyofanya, tushirikiane. And what does that mean? Ni kwamba sio tunakaa sasa mimi sijui kitu, Nancy hajui kitu, Jamie hajui, I'll translate for you. Jamie hajui kitu, tunakaa sasa wote tunaanza kutafakari tunafanyaje? That can't work. Lakini mimi nikija na kile ambacho ninakijua vizuri sana, na mimi na uhakika kile ambacho nakijua vizuri sana pengine labda ni kimoja tu katika 10, na wewe ukija na kile kimoja ambacho unakijua vizuri sana, tushirikiana, jamii itashinda. What you find ni kwamba mimi nakuja na vitu vyangu 7, alafu vyote viko nusu, yaani sivijui vyote vizuri, wewe unakuja na vitu vyako 12, vyote viko nusu, huo ushirikiano hauwezi kuzaa matunda. That is what Jamie is saying. You are better off, you stay where you are, hone your skills, hone your capacity, come in fully armed. Then we can work together. I'll give an example. Sisi sio wataalamu nilikuwa nasema kuhusu inclusive education, elimu jumuishi. Sio wataalamu kabisa. Sisi utaalamu wetu upo kwenye digital content na digital platforms. Sisi tunafanya kazi na shirika dogo, sio hata kubwa, liko Karagwe. Inaitwa Karagwe Community Rehabilitation Program. Na ambao wanatokea Karagwe, mnalifahamu hilo shirika? Okay. Hili shirika wanafanya kazi hii moja, elimu jumuishi. Hawana, sio shirika kubwa, yaani na kazi yao wamezone in wilaya hii moja. Wanajua kila almost, of course there's always an exception, wanajua almost kila kata katika wilaya kuna kaya ni nyumba ngapi zenye watoto ambao wana mahitaji maalum, wanaenda shule gani, wanasoma hawasomi, watasaidikaje, wamekwama wapi, na hizo shule pia zina changamoto gani, zifanyeje zifanikiwe. Karagwe. Sisi shule direct tuko Dar es Salaam. One of the things they wanted, of course, ilikuwa ni ICT. There is no way, nipe miaka 100, ningejua ambacho nakijua sasa hivi Karagwe kupitia hili shirika. Tumekaa hapa JNCC, tunapulizwa na IC. Wenyewe upo kule Karagwe wanatembea kwenye hizi kata na kwenye hizi kaya. They have mastered inclusive education in Karagwe. So when I go to Karagwe, I don't have to start afresh. I don't have to start setting my own initiative. I don't have to start my own program. I can just collaborate with them and leverage on the work they have been doing. Lakini wao pia, they cannot do what we do. That is the meaning of strategic partnerships. Banking on each other's strengths. And that is the way to go.
Perfect. Thank you a lot. Thank you for that. I see we really poked into an area that you're very passionate about. I'm gonna give 10 minutes to the audience. So if just somebody can help us with the mic, and while somebody's doing that, I just wanted to add on to something. It's really important kujifunza kutoka kwa wengine kwa sababu waga kuna conversation kwamba kati ya kompyuta na binadamu nani ambaye ana akili kuliko mwenzake. Whenever nikutana na hili swali, jambo moja ambalo waga naliwaza ni kwamba advantage kubwa ambayo kompyuta inayo kuliko sisi ni kwamba kompyuta ikizingua kitu leo ikafiksiwa, kompyuta zote za mbeleni hazitakuja kurudia hilo kosa. Itakuwa fixed pale kwenye ile software na software itaikuwa kote, itakuwa fixed to a million of computers. Leo mtu akiendesha amelewa akapata ajali Posta, kesho Karagwe atatokea mtu mwingine hivyo hivyo atapata ajali. Kwa hiyo that is the biggest disadvantage we have, kwamba the learning curve is very small, and that is what Faraja and Jamie were talking about, that it's not necessarily being in silos, but it's capitalizing on each other's strengths and learning so that you don't have to start afresh in whatever you're doing, because again, we are building the same house. We don't necessarily need to fight for blocks, right? That being said, I'm gonna allow for really 2 questions. I see there's about 4 or 5 hands, but I'm gonna allow for at least 4 questions for the guys who have their hands up, and that's it. We have him right there. I'm also going to ask you guys to keep it under a minute because we are a bit behind time. So.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, for me, it's just a quick comment. I think what has been said in this panel was very, very interesting. I think when we speak about the ICT and education, so we always also think about the digitalization of, for instance, TVET and skill system, but more broadly, actually, the educational system. We have seen during the lockdown, the COVID-19, we've seen a lot of efforts being made in digitalizing the training program, in content. And I think in order for us to see a big impact, the impact of all of this, we really have to go beyond the digitalizing the content. So, I mean, it's very important to pay a particular attention to vulnerable people. So we have to make sure that this ICT does not actually increase the digital divide, and to also think about the best formula to make sure that they are also taken into account. So, of course, this content has to be tailored and contextualized. It has been said by the speakers here. We are speaking about, I think, about the language, for instance, and also the capacity of the teachers. And last thing, I think that the ICT can also play a big role on the processes, not only on the training content. I mean, the workflow. We can see actually the testing, certification, but also the accreditations. That will increase the accountability and also the transparency of the processes. And we've seen that, for instance, like some graduates, they cannot afford for transport just to go to a place to collect a form, because to access to a training, they have to fill this form, and then it can just discourage people to continue getting some training.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot for those insights and your masterful time skills. We had some hands there, and then
Ustawi wa jamii. Swali langu ama konsani yangu kubwa ilikuwa ni sasa hivi tunaingia kwenye community ya East Africa, community inakuwa kubwa. As you have seen last few months ya DRC imejoin. Sasa na namna gani ambayo sisi tumejipanga kwenye jamii zetu kwa kutumia ICT kwa ajili ya kuweza kukompiti kwenye maeneo ya mazingira, lakini at the same time kwenye eneo la education, kwa sababu you can see the global is moving very fast kwa sababu ya teknolojia, na tunawezaje kufanya kwa pamoja. Pengine kwa mfano kama Madam Faraja alivyozungumza pale, amesema kama we are talking together those all institutes, tunaweza tukafika mahali tukawa na kitu kimoja ambacho ni kizuri zaidi. Sasa tumejipangeje kwa ajili ya kutako hiyo kitu kama wanajamii ambao tunalenga kwenye kusaidia tatizo lilopo kwenye ICT?
Asante. Swali ni tunawezaje au tumejipanga vipi tunapoelekea kwenye East Africa community kuweza ku stand out kwenye education. Nitachukua swali nadhani ilikuwa ni moja iliyobaki kwa mkono pale nyuma, then dada hapa mbele.
Asante. Mimi si swali ila ni contribution kidogo. Naitwa Dr. Collier, mhadhiri kutoka taasisi ya ustawi wa jamii. Nilikuwa nafikiria kwamba kwenye interventions za ICT for education, nafikiri cha kwanza tungeangalia stakeholders kwenye mambo ya education. Watu wengi wanafikiri ukiwa shuleni basi unaweza ukabadilisha mtu. Ni kwamba tunapotaka kupromote hichi kitu, ni vizuri tuangalie sehemu gani ambapo kuna mtu anajengwa mpaka anakuwa. Kwa mfano, mimi ni mhadhiri na ninafahamu, lakini mwanangu nilimkataza kushika smartphone. Baada ya DOT kuja chuoni, mimi ni coordinator wa innovation hub, wakafundisha mambo ya ICT. Nikasema kumbe huyu mwanangu anatakiwa awe na smartphone. Nikamnunulia smartphone. Lakini baada ya kunani. Kwa hiyo mimi nilikuwa nafikiria ni kwamba tusianze tu kwenye ile wale families, communities play a very important role katika ICT. Na tungeweza kuangalia jinsi gani tunaweza ICT clubs kwenye community level. Kwa sababu sio kwamba watu wanashindwa kununua hizo gadgets. Mimi nimefanya kazi nyingi kwenye sekta ya misitu. Kuna watu wana fedha nyingi lakini watoto wao hawana hata hiyo smartphone. Kwa ile awareness kwenye family level, wajioni kwamba they are responsible, kwamba watoto wao kwenye hii ICT transformation. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ambacho nilikuwa nakifikiria kwamba zile initiatives zetu ya mwisho ni vizuri tukanipata kwamba katika ICT tatizo letu ni digital innovations au digital skills or both. Nikiangalia kwenye digital skills tunapiga hatua. Unakuta watoto wadogo sasa hizi wana hizo smartphones, wanajua YouTube, wanajua nini, lakini the best use of it nafikiri ni kuangalia napo. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa nafikiria kwamba changamoto za kwenye kutumia digital skills zinaweza kuwa tofauti na changamoto za kwenye digital innovations. Kwa hiyo how do we unpack hivyo vitu viwili na kuja na unique interventions kwenye promote the best use of digital skills na the digital innovations. Thank you.
Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Dada hapa mbele ulikuwa una swali.
Thank you. My name is Rahma Kiriwe, and I don't know if I missed this place, but what I wanted to say is we are talking about ICT moving the people together, beginning from our children, but have we looked at rural areas. There are places in the remote areas that have no access to internet. They have poor infrastructure and they want to learn. Their children have a straight mind, they are innovative, and they want to reach a point that they can assist one another. And recently I have seen on the news there is this young boy came up with this kind of machine that he helps his fellow students who are blind and deaf to attend parade or to attend some school activities. They help in, like it's a bell ring to help these people. So we are coming with ICT. Our aim is to ensure that we take people to get innovation, to take action, and also to develop the community that we have. Have we figured it out, or which kind of strategies are we going to use to assist the people in rural areas who have no access to internet, poor infrastructure, and their children want to learn? The other thing is that we are speaking is about gender issues, of course. We read in remote places, till today there is this kind of tradition that a girl is not given priority in life. We are speaking of balancing the gender, but still we both know there are places where the tradition is still practiced. How are we going to ensure that the families, the communities in these places involve girls in ICT? We are calling for same is taking place, but we all know that there are some places internally they do not want to balance the genders. How are we going to take it inside there? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that question. Those are all the questions that we're going to take for now because of time. So if any of the panelists wants to answer the question that have been asked. I remember there was one about East Africa community and readiness of us towards that. And then there's the question of gender. How are we being very keen and deliberate about ensuring that gender is being considered when we push policy? Who wants to go? Okay, Henry will go next.
Okay, so I think this one, I'll keep it very simple. When it comes to ICT, we just need to think about it at a global level. I think it's important to be very clear that it is a skill. When you're talking about it as a skill, so if you think about digital skills, and then in terms of the infrastructure, then that's slightly harder because there's cash involved, etc. Now, again, things have to be done gradually. And the advantage of ICT is you can leapfrog. You can literally, jump steps whenever you can in terms of how you're positioned. So personally, I think from the education side of things, so this is ICT in education specifically, we need to make sure that there's a phrase, standards are standards. So we need to make sure that our children, who are the future, are given those standards which are completely global as far as ICT is concerned. So we don't narrow that down into Tanzania only, or a region of Tanzania, or a region of Africa. We simply go global, so they can be able to function. That's a key word, to function at a global level. In terms of that competition that we have at the regional level, that's about excellence. And that again goes right back into how we impact that knowledge. What sort of approaches do we have in ensuring that we give the children the best? And again, that's an investment in terms of teachers, how well they are in delivering. And I think we've alluded to some of these concepts such as metacognition, how well are children learning how to learn by themselves? How much are we pushing invention as opposed to regurgitation? Because that's the sort of the context of our education, memorizing facts, moving away from that into creating the likes of Given. I was so proud when he came over to England. I didn't know him at that point, but this young person receiving an award from the Queen, just by being an innovator, and at that time, if he tells you his story, he had these moments where he would have been categorized as a naughty kid, but actually he was an innovator. And he backed the trend. He didn't want to be the person who memorized and regurgitate the facts. He wanted to do a bit more. And from what he's done, there's many others who came through, and we saw that beyond. So excellence is key. And you need to promote that. You need to promote creativity. We need to start looking at education holistically. It's no longer the top 5 professions. It's actually being able to create professions by being adopted. So I don't think we need to worry about how many countries are joining the East African community. I think we need to position ourselves in Tanzania to be competitive at a global level, and everything else will square itself. So you can be in any one of these East African, or going to SADC, or stretching into the West, into the Ghanas and the Nigerias, or indeed crossing the borders and the continental, sort of movement. That's the way I would say it. Thank you.
Jamie, you wanted to answer the gender? Okay. Nancy, we'll have to hold it to a minute this time.
Sorry, just really quickly. In my experience, it could be long experience or short, whichever way you look at it, but in my experience, any effort that has gone into empowering women and girls in any sector has taken dedicated action. Dedication action kwamba mtaingia mashuleni and say sasa, right now we only have 10% of women graduating. We are going to put in, incentives to make more girls take up things like that. So it takes dedicated action. Wherever you are, whether you're in urban, whether you're in the village, whether you're in the community, whatever it is, it will take that political will and someone to say, okay, now we're going to go and empower women and girls wherever they are, so they can take up the leadership and, access and all that. So it takes the dedicated action. Ya kwanza. Ya pili, I think it's the girls themselves also knowing their place in so many ways. We're so used as a girl, and I've been this through the process of being a young person and everything. We sort of sit back and say, oh, sijui nini, because I'm a girl, I don't know, whatever. Like no one's having that now. This is 2022. You're going to step back, everybody will sort of leave you, and the train will sort of leave the station, and you'll be there, feeling like you didn't fit in, feeling like you didn't have the space when it was right there, but you just decided not to take it, And whose decision is that? Not in a bad way, this is now what you call...
You're going to have to tread very carefully on that one.
No, I'm telling you, this is like tough love. I'm a woman myself, feminist. I love, everything for women and girls. But to be honest, sometimes, actually many times, we let down ourselves. There's so many times I can go into a room and say, girls, come, let's go. And you'll find them sitting, I said, let's go, stand up, twende. They're like, oh, sijui nini. And as soon as we put in that self-doubt, we've already killed it for ourselves. So let us as girls, also women, stand up. Whether you're in the village, whether in the community, whether you're sitting in the UN, whether you're in your home, you have a place, you have a space, you will be heard. I'm not telling you to go and start yelling at your parents and husbands and things like that, no. But there's ways to do it and to approach it that will ensure that you also grow in your spaces.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you a lot for that. I think I'm going to have to push back a bit on that, mostly because, kwa kiasi fulani, you can understand kwa nini labda wadada wanakuwa waoga, and I can tell you siku ambayo mimi binafsi it hit me kwamba it's not that they are lazy. I was in nilikuwa Austria, tulikuwa tuna moja ya mashindano ya ubunifu, and then mimi nilikuwa nawakilisha Tanzania, huku nilikuwa mshindi wa Afrika, so technically nilikuwa nawakilisha Afrika. Then kulikuwa kuna mwakilishi kutoka China anawakilisha Asia, na mwakilishi mwingine kutoka Romania anawakilisha Europe. Then nilibidi tusimame mbele to present ideas zetu. Nilikuwa present Mtabe, then nikaangalia around the room kwa kuna kama watu 300. Nilikuwa mtu mweusi peke yangu, right? The only other black person alikuwepo nilimwona mtu mwingine mmoja mweusi. Hapa naye baadaye nilipompata naye alikuwa ni Mchina. Sasa sijui ilikuwaje. Alikuwa ana uraia wa China. Sasa ifika muda wa kupresent, kiasi fulani unapata wengi, kwa sababu ukifikiria una nini cha kufanya ushindani na Mchina kwenye dunia, ambaye sio tu Mchina ambaye ameshinda kwao na bara lao kuja kupresent. Then ukifikiria wewe unatoka sijui Tegeta huko ndani, sawa, muda kama huo kuna kauoga fulani kana kuingia, ambako sio kwa sababu hauna uwezo, ni kwa sababu ya mazingira yanayokuzunguka na namna ambavyo dunia imekuwa ikiongea na wewe, jamii imekuwa ikiongea na wewe, bila hata kufanya kitu chochote, bila kukosea chochote, tayari unajiona hautoshi. Sasa katika situation kama hizo, njia moja hapa ambayo unaweza kuwaza ni kuwaza kwa nini usijiamini tu usimame ukaongea, you know, which would be the equivalent of saying wadada dunia sasa hivi labda watu they do not hold you back. It's not out of kupenda, it's more out of kitu ambacho umekuwa ukiambiwa tangu uko mdogo mpaka umekuwa mkubwa, you know, kwa sababu ili uwe na confidence lazima uamini unachokiongea. Hiyo moja. Na cha pili, lazima uamini mazuri ambayo unayasikia kuhusu wewe kuliko ambavyo unaamini mabaya, you know. But kama uko katika environment ambayo hausikii mazuri yote kuhusu wewe, it's very tough kuamini mazuri kutoka nje, and it also becomes very tough for you to change your thinking, you know. And what I'm trying to say is we need to find a way through which we help girls gain confidence, and we can start by changing what we say to them from huku mitaani, you know, that way, sababu unaweza ukawa una uwezo mkubwa, but kama hauamini huo uwezo unao, you will never lift a finger. And I think that's the biggest challenge that most girls are facing, especially kwenye tech. And what most don't know is computers are actually things girls used to do. Like kabla hata computers zijatengenezwa, women were actually called computers. Kwa sababu in the offices, they had to count things manually. And it's women who are doing that. Kwa sababu at the time, it was seen as a very demeaning work. And then all of a sudden, technology was kukua, men were like, all right, we'll take it from you. You know? And so after a while, for some reason, it became a male-dominated field, while from the origin, it was actually women. The first programming language, Ada, that's the first programming language. It was named after Ada Lovelace, the first programmer, who is a woman, you know? And all this isn't something we get to hear a lot, you know? But I guess that's a whole conversation for another day. Jamie, could I give you a minute and then we
Sorry, just because of time. That's why I said there's dedicated action where tunasaidia. But I know this, and I'm speaking of this as a woman who's been a girl, like through the whole process. I'm telling you, the only thing that literally holds you back from your dream and where you're sitting many times is that fear. It's for you to just stand up and show up. You know, stand up. You don't know what you're saying, but say it, you know. Sometimes that's the only thing. So there's what comes from us, innate in us, and there's that we need to be assisted with. So yes, I agree.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sawa. I thought I would talk about digital skills because that was on the panel, and attempt to try and speak in Swahili as well. Nilifanya kazi kwa website inaitwa gov.uk kwa serikali Uingereza. Na kabla ya 2012, there was 1,865 different websites kwa serikali Uingereza. Na pia watu wengi kwa serikali Uingereza walisema citizens hawawezi kutumia kwa sababu they don't have digital skills. However, when you then went and looked at the sum of the 1,865 different government websites, it was because they were very difficult to use, not because of digital skills. Just having very many government websites means that you as the citizen have to know which part of government does a thing to access it. Because you can't go and say, I want to access education for children. You need to know it's
Tanzania Institute for Education. And so we worked and we empowered one team that was told to not think about the politics and to solve the problem. And they created one government website called gov.uk. And although that seems very simple, that was a full revolution for how digital works within government. And I think that's the kind of thinking that we probably need to move towards.
Perfect. Thank you a lot. Guys, let's all give a big round of applause to the panelists. I think they were really, really amazing. And as we can all tell, it's definitely not something we think is over or we can stop here. But because of the time, I'm going to have to end it here. Let's give them a big clap as they get off the stage.
Thank you very
hand
much.
it to you now. Thank you for the proactivity.
Asante sana. It was a very interesting conversation. We did not want to let go, even though we had to, but it was very insightful. Thank you so much. Now that was our last dialogue for today. Makofi tena kwao jamani. Yeah. That was our last ecosystem dialogue where we spoke about embracing ICT and 21st century education. Are we there yet? We definitely learned so much that we can take back home. Na sasa hivi, I would like to welcome on stage for closing remarks. Please welcome the Country Director for Digital Opportunity Trust Tanzania, Diana Ninsima, and as well as ICT Commission, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasada, all together for closing remarks. And after this, there will be a group photo and selfies with on stage. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Thank you so much for an amazing day spent together. Thank you for banking in us and showing up for us today and the event. Together we're building collective intelligence and hopefully also collective impact at the end of the day. Just want to give a huge shout out to our regional ecosystem partners who some of us are here. They are here today. Dr. Riziki from the Institute of Social Work. You've been such a great support and fan of TYD. So really just want to acknowledge that. So one by one, I want to acknowledge the support and hosting of the Institute of Accountants in Arusha, who is hosting the TYDS sessions on 18th in partnership with Westerwell Startup House in Dar es Salaam. TYDS sessions will be hosted at the Institute of Social Works. In Dodoma, TYDS sessions will be hosted at the University of Dodoma in partnership with City Hub. In Iringa, the sessions will be at the University of Iringa in partnership with Kyoto Hub. In Kigoma, we'll have Kigoma Vijana Development Alliance. In Morogoro, we have Sokoine University of Agriculture in partnership with Tawatik hosting the summit. In Mwanza, we have St. Augustine University, Sauti, in partnership with Innovate Hub hosting the sessions. Tabora, we have Amukta and Youth Life Relief Foundation hosting. In Tanga, we have Project Inspire. And in Zanzibar, we have Smida and Pamoja Youth Initiative. Really just want to appreciate all the support coming all together. Thanking you all for spending your time with us today and saying this is the beginning of a 3-day-long engagement of the Tanzania Youth Digital Summit 2022.
On the side of the government, thank you very much. I just want to say that we have a very good session
sessions today. And in summary, we have touched issues of ICT jobs, ICT for climate change, and superb last panel that is dealt with ICT for education, which specifically is something that I really like because I also was from academia. So my work is very simple, and it's not really that we are closing these events. There are other events which are continuing tomorrow, Thursday, Thursday, and Friday. So on Wednesday, we are going to have teachers' webinars. Also, you will be there. On Thursday, there will be 11 workshops, which are physical regions, and one webinar. And on Friday is the day that actually we are going to have a closing session for these all events, and where there will be a workshop that will be discussing about green economy and blue economy, of which we as ICT Foundation, as you all know, that we have a conference in October from 26 to 28, and we are going to discuss about digital transformation in the blue economy. So these things are things that they have a continuation. After understanding about green economy and blue economy, then we are going to have another event where we are going to work together with DOT and other partners. So with that, we are closing for today, but the sessions are continuing on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Thank you very much.
I just forgot one very important partner, Omuka Hub, who is hosting the Kagera TYDS session. Yeah, thank you.
All right, people, all right. It's time for pictures, okay? So please, Bumi, help me pick people that are supposed to come for all of us. Kila mtu. Kila mtu. Everybody get to the front. We're about to take a group photo of today. And big thank yous go to, of course, DOT Tanzania Digital Opportunity Trust, who is doing this right now, to UNICEF, to ICT Commission, Canada government, and Funguo European Union, UKA, UNDP, Institute of Accountancy Arusha, and everybody, Innovate, and everybody that has taken part in today. Big thank yous. Please get on stage right now. Yes, please get on stage right now for a picture. Jamani, come through, come through, come through. Let's have a picture of the successful opening today of Tanzania Youth Digital Summit. Right? Thank you so much for being here. It's been a great day together. I'm sure we learned so much that we can take back home. And now it's time for us to take a picture together. So please get to the stage right now. Okay, right? Just wait for, subirini kidogo. Endeleeni kuja, yani subirini kupanda kidogo, anatoa anatoa hii. Umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni dhaifu, na ndio maana hii picha ni ya pamoja kwa kila mtu ambaye amekuja siku ya leo. Tafadhali pandeni kwenye stage tupate picha ya pamoja. Transformative Youth Digital Spaces. This is Tanzania Youth Digital Summit 2022. This is a picture of us together. Jamani, speed kidogo. My youth. Kimbia bro, jog kidogo, so mbaya. Au sio? Come on, let's do this. Speed, chop. Everybody get in the picture, come on. Kuna others wakae tu hapo mbele hivi chini, tutafanya nini? We all need to be in this picture. Tutapiga nyingine. Sawa, wengine subirini, tunaanza hii ya kwanza alafu tunakuja nyingine. Everybody please remember this is a youth digital summit, so you can pose how you like. You don't have to be too serious. All right? Relax, pose like the youth that you are, okay? Are we ready for the picture? Okay. All right, is the first round done? Kimaliza ya kwanza naomba mnijulishe. Tayari? Okay. Tayari? Kwa ambao wanasubiri, sogeeni upande huu wakati tunasubiria for the next picture. Tayari picha imeanza kupigwa. Everybody say cheese. Tayari? Cheese. All right, asanteni. Naweza kutokea upande wa kule ambao hawajapiga picha. Sogeeni mbele tafadhali, including me. All right, are we ready for the second picture? Sawa, tujipange, chap, 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 chap. Tayari? Ambao, if you're in a position where you know hauonekani, sogea huku kulia, tusubirie ifuatayo, ama mnasemaje? Kama upo kwenye position ambayo unahisi kabisa kaa huko. Warefu nirudini bana, warefu kaeni. Tayari, all right, ladies and gentlemen, third picture. Kutoka ni kule kushoto, picha ya tatu ya pamoja. If you haven't taken a picture, get to the stage right now for the third picture. Tayari, kama hujapiga picha, tuende kwenye stage. Hii ndio picha ya mwisho, Panda kwenye stage, ndio picha ya mwisho. All right. Picha ya mwisho tayari? You got your picture? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tanzania Youth Digital Summit official opening day. Asanteni sana for coming. Tunaomba tupige selfie. Umesema tupige selfie, yes? Selfie ni ruksa jamani kwa yule ambaye anataka kupiga selfie.